Well, welcome everyone to the first ever Your Money, Your Health Summit, brought to you by Investopedia and Verywell. I'm Caleb Silver, the editor-in-chief of Investopedia. So delighted to be here. So delighted that so many of you have come to this summit. We're part of the Dotdash family of websites, and we're partnering to answer your most pressing questions about your money and your health. We get a lot of questions at Investopedia and Verywell about your money, your health, how to deal with it. We get thousands of these every single day, and our mission is to provide the best and clearest answers to help you make better decisions. That's what we do. That's all that we do. We've also taken a lot of questions ahead of this event from attendees and online surveys, and guess what? You have a lot of smart questions about your money and your health, so we've brought to some of the best experts in the field across investing, across healthcare, across health policy, across the economy to help answer those for you. There's a lot of things we don't like talking about. There are two things in particular we don't like talking about, and that's our money and our health. Unless we're doing fabulously well in both of them, we don't really like talking about it, right? If you're making a lot of money to say, I'm doing great, or if you're feeling really good to say, I feel great. But most of the time, we have concerns around those issues. This online forum is a place to address those, where we can get answers to some of the key questions a lot of us have. And a lot of those questions are kind of the same, even though personal finance is very personal to us. Oftentimes, money and health are connected. Financial stress leads to health stress, health problems, or physical and emotional problems. These things are connected more than ever. So this online forum is a place to talk openly about those fears, about those concerns, and about our financial and health futures. The past 18 months has demonstrated more than ever that our financial and our health lives, our physical and mental health, is deeply, deeply intertwined. And the future has never been more uncertain. Our recent reader surveys at Investopedia and Verywell demonstrate that you're feeling that uncertainty as well. And more often than not, money is at the root of that uncertainty. We're going to go hard at these subjects today over the next few hours, and I'm delighted to be joined by my colleagues, Amy Marin, the editor-in-chief of Verywell Mind, and Dr. Jessica Shepard, the chief medical officer for Verywell.com. They are real experts with private practices in addition to their full-time jobs editing Verywell and Verywell Mind. So they're going to bring their clinical expertise as long as their editorial expertise to this conversation. Welcome, Amy. Welcome, Jessica.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
So good to have you here. Amy, let me start with you. You're a licensed psychotherapist with your own practice. What are some of the common threads you're hearing both in practice from some of your patients, but also through Verywell Mind? There's got to be some common denominators there.
There's been so much stress through the pandemic, of course, but one of the biggest things we're hearing about is people saying that they're really stressed about money. And that's what our surveys over at Verywell Mind have found too, that the number one stress in America right now isn't about the pandemic itself. People aren't as scared of COVID as they are about their financial situation. And we know that mental health and financial health are intertwined. So it's not surprising that as we're still struggling with mental health and stress right now, that finances are at the top of the list.
Right. And how do you counsel people to deal with stress? Because as we say, that financial stress can lead to that physical stress, can lead to the emotional stress. All these things can really drag you down. How do you counsel folks when it comes to these issues?
One of the biggest things is tackling both at the same time. Sometimes people will say, I need you to help me with my depression so I can get out of debt. Or I need you to fix my anxiety and then I'll tackle the bills because I haven't even opened the mail for 6 months. But the truth is you can't have one without the other. So we often sit down and talk about financial basics like establishing a budget, taking a look at your income, and then also figuring out how do we tackle your depression, your anxiety, and your stress at the same time.
Right. And the key is actually tackling it, getting in there and facing it versus sort of putting it off. So important to do. And Jessica, you have your own OBGYN practice in addition to being the chief medical officer for Verywell. You're very involved in the medical community in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in your own community. Are you seeing some of these common denominators as well, especially after the last 18 months of what we've been through?
Absolutely. When you think of the pandemic, the fundamental is that our health was completely impacted, whether you had COVID or not. So all of that rundown into our mental health, our physical health, but also our financial health, all play an impact on our outcomes. And so many patients have different varieties of how that appears, whether they were hospitalized, whether they had family members that passed, but also just the stress overall that we saw globally really has had an impact on our community. And now this is our opportunity to, again, taking a look back at what we can do for the future and making sure that the hit that we took financially, emotionally, socially, and with our health, again, we're building the structure of how to rebuild that.
Yeah, it's so important. And also the how do we pay for it, right? You're dealing with patients, both of you, who have to pay for healthcare. Healthcare has become very complicated in terms of how we pay for it and how we're going to pay for it in the future. And I know we're going to tackle some of those questions as we get into these panels. But is that something you're constantly dealing with? Because you are both running small businesses in your practices. But Jess, for you, for example, is that part of the stress as well?
Absolutely. I think even from the physician standpoint, and even from the hospital standpoint, is how do we really fix or repair the financial hardships that were taken from the patient perspective, now providing really good care to patients who have been impacted or not by COVID. And then looking forward for a physician standpoint, how do we take on the brunt of the emotional health and the burnout, but also making sure that that physician-patient relationship is restored, is kept strong, and then the finances for the patient and also hospital care system. How do we navigate through that? How are we able to help our patients make sure that they feel secure in getting really good health care, but also looking at that financial aspect?
So important, and it's all connected, and it's never been more connected than it is today. Thank you both, and we'll be seeing and hearing from you throughout the afternoon. You have some great panels lined up, a great group of guests and experts that are going to help us tackle some of these questions and get into some of these issues. And a special thanks to all of you attendees out there. More than 5,000 people registered for this event, and that tells you that a lot of folks have this on their mind: how to deal with our money, how to deal with our health, how to deal with those places where those are intersected, and as we know, they are intersected more than ever. So thank you for attending. Thank you for your questions, and thank you for your participation this afternoon. You can ask us questions. Put any questions you want in the panel on the lower right of your screen. There's a Q&A panel there. We will get to as many of those as we can today. If we don't get to them, we're going to make sure we have a record of them, and we will try to get back to you with those answers. And all the content that we're producing today, all the conversations, the recordings, those will all be available after the fact as well, and we'll put some of this on our social media, so it's easy to follow us. So we'll be sending out those highlights. Stay tuned for that, but we're really delighted that you're all here. Our first panel focuses on the economy, but particularly on the future, as we explore what the economic scarring from this pandemic will look like in the future for the years to come, and when we're going to see, if ever, a full recovery. So we're going to get to that soon, and I look forward to that conversation with Ethan Harris. Welcome back. And the pandemic will certainly be one of those watershed moments in history that we look back on as a key marker of when the world changed. There was before the pandemic, and then there's going to be after. That scarring will leave a constant reminder of the way we were and the way we've changed for good. That will clearly be evident in the global economy and that landscape for generations. And economies are never going to be the same. We have had profound changes. Ethan Harris and his team at Bank of America Merrill Lynch Global Research have been studying the current and future impacts of this pandemic on economies around the world since it began, even since before it began. And Ethan is the head of global economics at BofA Global Research, and we are delighted to have him here to help us kick off this summit on your money and your health. Welcome, Ethan.
Thank you, Caleb.
Let's talk about the long-term scarring effects. I know a lot of economists like to think about these things in terms of long tail effects that we're going to see for years to come. What do you think, as your team, when you look at what's happened and where we are right now in the recovery, how do you see the long-term scarring playing out over the next 5, 10 years?
Well, any big event like this is going to leave some lasting effects. And I think the big one is that the whole world now realizes that you have to be better prepared for pandemics. So resources that would have gone into growing the economy will go into pandemic prevention. We'll have more money going to healthcare, more focus on the risks of spreading disease, and which is a good thing because we came into this pandemic very unprepared. There are also some negative aspects to this. The pandemic could create a lack of confidence going forward, which tends to hold back activity. And the pandemic's also added a little extra tension to this trade war story and this kind of U.S.-China battle as people try to blame each other for their problems. And that is going to kind of weigh on, the global trading system for a while to come.
Exactly. And I wanted to talk about some of the trends that were already in motion that may have been accelerated due to the pandemic. I'm talking about things like deglobalization, but there are other factors out there that were already happening, but seem to have been, again, accelerated or ignited because of what went down. Talk to me about some of those, the ones that you've been tracking.
Yeah, I mean, the deglobalization is probably the most important thing. I mean, we had the trade war coming into this crisis. We had a bit of a respite during the election year, but trade war has always been sitting there in the background. The U.S.-China relations have not improved at all. And it's not like you can kind of seamlessly decouple. It doesn't work that way. The world economy is very integrated. And we're seeing that right now with the disruptions to supply chains. If you get a problem in Malaysia, for example, can affect the auto industry globally. And so it's very hard to unwind all these chains without creating some disruption. So we need to watch that. I'm hopeful that this will happen gradually in an organized fashion, but I am a bit worried. There are some other things going on that are more positive. One of them is the adoption of new technology. I mean, sometimes, stress and crisis is the mother of invention. And so right now, I mean, two things could come out of this. One is faster adoption of labor-saving technology and improvements in productivity that come with them. And the other is reorganization of workplaces. I think coming into this crisis, most business leaders were scared to death about, their workers being at home and not under the watchful eye. And I think what we found out is that for most workers in white-collar industries where you can work from home, actually works quite well. Personally, I love getting rid of my 2.5 hours of commuting every day, and I split the time between doing more work and enjoying myself a little more. So it's a win-win situation. And I think that the new work world will have more hybrid out there, and that's a good thing. One warning, though, it is a challenge if you're going to do hybrid work or full-time at home work. Developing new people is a lot harder. And that's the one drawback, which I think makes it important that companies continue to have their managers and workers come in at least part-time into the office.
Right. That team building is so important. Even in our own company, we've hired hundreds of people that have never met some of their colleagues for the first time, but you hear that company to company, industry to industry. You just can't build team when everyone's in their homes. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit about the K-shaped recovery, right? This has been a very uneven recovery, not too dissimilar to 2008, 2009, but maybe more extreme because it happened so quickly. If you had a job, if you had equity, if you owned stocks and owned your home and had some income and were able to keep your job, you probably did pretty well through the pandemic as long as your health was intact. If you didn't have those things, the ladder just got a lot steeper, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a remarkably uneven recovery, and COVID has hurt low-income people a lot more than upper-income people. So folks like me who can work from home have done fine through the pandemic. People who are in high-touch jobs where you have to go and be interacting with a lot of people which are generally lower paying jobs, got really hurt. Now, I am optimistic about a recovery going forward. Right now, we're in a bit of a dead spot because of the escalation of COVID cases. In particular, I worry about high hospitalization rates, which are really not good for confidence and are really an inhibitor for people going back to work, right? If you're worried about getting COVID, it's very scary to go back to a workplace where not everyone is vaccinated. So, but I do think that as we get past this Delta wave, and assuming we don't get another worse variant of COVID, you're going to see a pretty robust recovery. There's a lot of monetary and fiscal stimulus in the economy, and it will be released in a more powerful way once you can get the reopening going again.
Yeah. To wit, we're in the middle of a Fed meeting right now, a Fed policy meeting on interest rates and policy as to when they may dial back those $120 billion of monthly bond purchases that they've been doing for the past 13 or 14 months. But let's talk about the support from from central banks and from governments, because it's been unprecedented. Tons of government spending. I think we have a chart on the amount of government spending that's been out there and the amount of and the low level of interest rates. Are central banks just going to be here to save the day no matter what happens from now on by keeping rates pinned to the ground and by doing quantitative easing? Is that just what they have to do from now on?
Well, I think that when you're in a crisis like this, you got to go all in. You need effective monetary and fiscal policy. It's not really a good idea to have interest rates this low and have this much fiscal stimulus when you have a healthy economy. You're going to overheat things. And so I do think that this lower inflation, low interest rate environment is likely to stick for a while. But we will see a little bit of edging out of this unusually weak interest rate and inflation environment. And I do think the Fed will succeed in what they've said they want to do. They want to not create runaway inflation, but create a little bit of lubricants, quote unquote, into the economy with a bit of inflation. And that allows them then to start raising interest rates. And the reason that's important is we know at some point there's going to be another crisis. And in a sense, they need to rearm themselves, to reload the policy gun. And so I view it as a good sign when the Fed is able to, due to the recovery in the economy, stop their bond purchases, start raising interest rates, and set themselves up for the next crisis. So yes, low inflation, low rates environment, but it'll change a bit. And I think investors need to be aware that we're probably in a rising interest rate environment over the next couple of years.
For folks out there that don't study the macroeconomic environment as closely as you do, what is the danger or the long-term detriments of all this excessive spending, of these low interest rates? Obviously, inflation is part of it. We're seeing it front and center now, but some of that is supply chain issues because we can't get ships unloaded and we can't get truckers to truck it across country, the goods across country. We don't have enough semiconductors, et cetera. But folks are worried in general about what it means to debt and deficits going forward. And that just seems to be a problem we keep kicking down the road. What is the actual problem that many of us will experience, if we experience at all, to all of this spending?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in the short run. You've got a lot of supply constraints. You've got COVID impacting ports and transportation and production of critical materials. So getting COVID under control will help a lot in that regard. The problem with super easy policy is, while it's certainly appropriate during a recession, and I applaud a lot of what we've seen in Washington from the last year and a half, as you get into a more normal recovery, you're going to reach a situation where you're having two negative impacts. One is you're basically hoarding resources away from the rest of the economy. The economy at some point will reach limits in how much it can produce and how much it can grow. And at that point, if you continue to run massive deficits in the federal government, you're going to be you're now robbing Peter to pay Paul in the economy. That is not a healthy thing. We want a more balanced economy. So it's important that Washington develop some budget discipline in the next few years. And the other thing, of course, what we just talked about. I mean, right now the inflation pressure feels temporary. What's the hottest market out there? It's used cars, and it's used cars because people don't want to use public transportation, and they want to buy a car, and new cars are having supply chain problems. So we've got that massive inflation pressure. The bigger issue down the road is about overdoing the stimulus to the economy. Too much easy Fed, too much easy fiscal, and sometime in the next year or two, you get a more sustained rise in inflation. So that's the risk of overdoing it. It's not that we're going to have a debt crisis and people are going to abandon the dollar and all that. That's not an issue. It's really about overdoing it and distorting the economy and creating inflation risks.
Right. Well, you say overdoing it. There's a $3.5 trillion spending bill being kicked around by House Democrats now. We'll see if they're able to get that through. What I love about your research, and I read all of it, is you use a lot, you track a lot of unconventional indicators and data points around the global economy, looking for signs of growth or signs of weakness. And I think it's just so valuable because we're used to looking at the macro indicators, of course, and GDP and spending and producer prices and all the classics. But I love what you guys are doing with the mood indicator out of Europe and some of the other non-traditional ways of tracking economies and growth. Talk to me about some of them. Let's talk about the mood indicator first. Tell us what that is and what are you tracking specifically, especially out of Europe?
So we have a whole series of indicators that try to get an early read on the economy. One of them is to look at statements by central banks to get a sense, and you can use fancy statistical techniques to calculate, are they in a mood to hike or to cut rates? Are they hawkish or dovish? We also survey households. We supplement some of the surveys you see in the press with our own questions and get us read their temperature. And we do that in multiple regions, including Europe and the US. And then finally, as a major bank, we obviously have a very big credit card business, okay? And so that credit card data is very useful in getting a read on what people are spending their money on. Obviously, you need to be very careful about the way you use it. You don't want to have any proprietary information in any way, shape, or form being shared. But those broad statistics can help give you a sense, okay, COVID is hitting. Have people pulled back? Are they spending less in restaurants and so on? So there are a bunch of unconventional indicators that we're using. And frankly, they're quite useful because it's a crazy environment for forecasting, and you need these alternative measures. And so we're leaning very heavily on them.
Yeah, and I remember at the very beginning of the pandemic, you were starting to use electricity usage in certain countries, smaller countries, very, very minute indicators like that you wouldn't think of normally, but were really telling about what was happening inside these microeconomies. Are you still using some of those in your research?
Yeah, so the problem with using government statistics is they tend to come out late, and things are moving fast. Right. So right now you're really trying to figure this out. How big is this slowdown going to be? When are we going to turn? You really got the microscope out, and the government statistics will tell you 2 months later the economy's getting better. That's a little late, if you're trying to give advice to people in financial markets. So you look at stuff like electricity usage. You look at things where you scrape Google searches, or you look at all these indicators we've been talking about. And they really have a timeliness advantage. Now they're also noisy, so you can't take them literally. But we're still looking at all that stuff, and it gives you that 1 or 2 month advantage. And also, if you're doing surveys and you're slicing and dicing your own data, you can ask some more detailed questions about the world and get a little bit better sense of what's really driving things.
Right. Folks, we're getting some good questions coming in. And remember, you can submit your questions in the bottom right panel. We will get to as many as we can within the last few minutes we have with Ethan Harris. But thanks for sending those in, and we're going to try to tackle as many as we can. Let's go around the world. We have a good chart here of sort of the economic rates happening around the world. I want to put our stethoscopes on get our airline tickets and travel country to country. We don't have to go that in depth, but I want to talk about where the strength is and where the weakness is right now. So this is looking across the world. Obviously, Latin America, you see that red patch up there. That's mostly Venezuela, some Colombia. But around the world, growth rates are pretty good. But do you feel like there's a softening? And let's start in Asia.
Well, I mean, first of all, this is a very green-looking chart, so I'm happy to see that. If you put this up a year ago, it would have looked all red. Yeah, so in Asia, you have, as in many parts of the world, you've got a pretty good recovery going on with this caveat that the escalation of COVID has put some real sand in the gear. So China has been a very strong recovery story, but it's cooled down a bit, in part because they've been shutting down cities that have COVID crises, and partly because, frankly, they've been putting a crunch on their real estate sector. Your people in the line have probably seen the news about this developer called Evergrande, and that tightening of credit is creating a bit of turmoil in China. But generally speaking, we're pretty optimistic about growth going forward there. We are very bullish. If you move across the world to North America, we're very bullish on the US and Canada that have had very strong policy responses to the crisis, particularly the US. The US actually stands out relative to every major economy in terms of the potency of the stimulus. And then if you swing over to Europe, you're looking at a less impressive recovery. And a lot of that is because they have not done the same kind of all-in kind of fiscal expansion that the U.S. And then finally, I would say, if you look at the real problem, the thing that really disturbs me is more in the countries that we don't spend a lot of time on. It's these very poor countries that don't have access to vaccines, and they don't have the fiscal capacity to provide the kind of bailout and support that you see in the big economies. And so if you go to big chunks of Africa, parts of Asia, in South America, you're just not getting the kind of recovery you'd like to see. And so and it's been as I said, in the US, it's been an uneven shock in the sense of low-wage workers hurt the most. Globally, it's been an uneven shock in that the low-income countries have been hurt the worst.
Right. Well, I'm going to take one of these one of our attendee questions now because it's right on point. Nima asks, how will the pandemic affect the developing countries and those underdeveloped countries who are on the verge of graduating into developed countries, right? They were growing, their economies maybe were starting to catch some speed. I'm thinking of a lot of these in the Pan-Asia region. What about them? Are they going to be set back by this for generations, or are they going to be able, as given the data that you look at, to recover more quickly given where they were going into this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty optimistic about countries that have kind of figured things out. I mean, if you have stable institutions, if you have a strong government, if you have a consistent development plan, you should do pretty well. And so if you look, for example, in the ASEAN region, countries like Vietnam and Malaysia and so on, they've had very strong growth. And it's because they've had a stable institutions to ensure strong growth, and they will come back. They're having their problems now with COVID, like many other countries, but they're going to come back. And then you look at the countries that haven't got their act together. I mean, some of them, are quite obvious. Like your chart showed Venezuela, which is a complete disaster. A country like Cuba, again, policy that just doesn't make sense. And then there are a lot of unfortunate countries that just the social fabric has been broken, and that makes it very hard to grow. Those countries are stressed even further with the COVID crisis and the migration challenges and everything else. So it's a very have and have not. The haves, countries like the US and the Euro area, doing fine, recovering from the crisis. The better managed and more stable developing countries doing very well. But then you have a large group of countries that have never really had effective institutions, and this just creates another layer of stress.
Right. Even though We're talking about the pandemic and COVID-19. You can't ignore climate change, which is something I know you study very closely at B of A. Climate change, the impact of climate migration, the impact of cities that are going to be underwater or already flooding, that's going to play a big part as well. When you combine all of these things, the black swan events of a global pandemic and the inevitability of the problems brought on by climate change, it puts those countries under a lot of pressure, doesn't it?
It does. I hate to sound like a broken record, and I know I'm a dismal scientist, but I'm not supposed to be this dismal. But, these are, it turns out that actually some of the most vulnerable countries for other reasons are also the ones that are going to be really hurt by climate change. And again, it has a lot to do with your capacity to adapt and provide government funding to move your economy in different directions. It has a lot to do whether you already have a water problem of one sort or another, climate change is about water. It's about hurricanes and floods and droughts, right? And if you're susceptible to those already, you could be more susceptible. And actually, one of the striking things is if you look at studies of which parts of the world are most vulnerable to climate change, generally speaking, it's more in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere. So it's going to be a big challenge, and again, it's not like it's not a problem we can really fix in any near-term sense. There has to be a chipping away, and it has to be a global thing. It doesn't help if a couple countries reduce carbon emissions and the rest of the world doesn't. It has to be a global effort. This is a point in history where competition among countries could be the worst thing possible. It has to be done in a combined effort. Otherwise, you get to levels where very imprecise science, but where you could get some very catastrophic developments. I think we're starting to move in the right direction, but this is a challenge for the next century, not for the next decade.
Right. To wit, the UN General Assembly is meeting here in New York this week, few blocks uptown from now, but all the delegates are here, and we know that's part of their agenda, but they're also still addressing, the impacts of COVID-19 and the fact that some countries just have not been able to accelerate their vaccination efforts. Some countries just don't have the resources to do that. So you have this unevenness going on across the global economy. And you're talking about cooperation, but it just feels like at a time where we're facing this deglobalization, that's going to be harder and harder to come by.
Yeah, absolutely. Globalization has many components to it. It's got an economic component in having integrated trade supply chains. It's also about migration. It's also about climate change. And it's also about military and geopolitical questions, right? And the world needs cooperation on a number of fronts. The trade, a gradual kind of decoupling in trade, matters to economies. It's not the end of the world, but failure to deal with the geopolitical and climate issues, that's an existential risk that goes beyond what an economist talks about.
You're a scientist, you're an economist, but what surprised you over the last 18 months that you just weren't expecting to come out of this, good, bad, or indifferent? But what took you by surprise the most, and how did it take you by surprise?
Well, there are a few things about this. Well, first of all, I should point out that my whole career's been being surprised. I mean, I spent a lot of time in graduate school, but they didn't teach me the right stuff because I should have been studying medicine. I should have been studying credit markets. Every cycle's got a new wrinkle on this. This one, of course, was about figuring out how does a pandemic shock hurt the economy. When people first looked at it, they said, "Oh, let's look at the impact on population growth," and they kind of looked back at the 1918 pandemic. But that wasn't the story. The story became almost immediately, the focus was on shutdowns and how far they would go and could they persist. And so you spent the whole year and a half trying to figure out this feedback loop between the virus, people's activities in the economy, and then the willingness to socially distance and to shut down economies. It's been an amazing ride. It's kind of depressing, of course, but it's been an amazing ride to try to track this and forecast it. So it's kind of coming to terms with something that hasn't been written about in economics texts in many decades. Fascinating period.
Right. We have a great question that follows that from Yasmina, who asks, could this pandemic give birth to a new theory in the world economy, the birth of a new economic model, if you will? What do you think about that?
Well, I do think there's some positives that we talked about earlier. It does create incentive to try and rethink what you're doing. I think that those changes are both good and bad. I personally think that trying to take apart global supply chains is not a good idea. I think that it sends the wrong message about us being in a coordinated world where we have to work together. It reduces economic efficiency. Obviously, you need to protect people who are hurt by trade, and we haven't done that historically. But I don't think that there's a fundamental change in the basic way we think about the world. That economists tend to think about costs and benefits and about constraints on what you can do. And those basic rules of economics still apply. We have to weigh the costs and benefits of these various shocks. We need to understand the limits of what we can do. And those basic principles are still true. But I do think there's some positives. Revamping the workplace, I think that's a great thing because I think companies were way too reluctant to do that. Developing better technologies, both on the medical front and in the economic front. Those could be important developments that really help us going forward.
Well, I know you're not a currency expert per se, but I know you do focus on the dollar in your research. We got a smart question from Diop here, who asks, how confident should we be in the dollar? And if not, what may take it over as the major global currency?
Yeah. Well, in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, right? The dollar is the one-eyed man, okay? And what I mean by that is, and I hope I'm not offending anyone, but what I mean by that is there isn't really an alternative to the dollar. The Chinese currency is not a good currency to do global trade around. It's heavily regulated. The government intervenes all the time. It's very hard to invest in the Chinese market and feel confident in your investments. The U.S. is in the absolute other extreme here. Open capital markets, well-managed financial system with rule of law. Although right now Congress is trying hard to undercut that reputation, but the dollar dominates, and it's really hard, we know historically, to replace the dominant currency. It took a series of wars and the collapse of the British Empire for the pound to be displaced by the dollar as the world's global currency. And right now, there's no competitor like the U.S. was to the pound. We were in the upcoming superpower economic juggernaut, and it was natural that the dominant currency come from the dominant economy. Right now, China just is too regulated, too anti-market, and the euro area. We don't even know for sure if the euro area lasts for the next 10, 20 years as a united currency. So the dollar, I don't think, is under any real threat in the next couple decades.
Well, let's stick with China because we got a question here from McGill who asks, do you think investors should worry about the recent regulations of the Chinese government? Obviously, it's done a number to the Chinese stock market and to the Hang Seng and other indexes. But do you think U.S. investors should be worried about that? Again, recognizing you're an economist and you're not a global investment strategist, but I know you work closely with your colleagues, Savita and others at the bank.
Yeah, and so first of all, what's going on in China is unique. I don't think we want to draw big lessons for other countries. There's not going to be a big regulatory swing in the United States. You've got a divided government. It's hard to get any legislation through. You already have fairly tight regulatory environment in the financial sector. I would be very surprised to see anything like what's going on in China. And I don't see it as likely in other regions either. I am worried about China. I mean, if I'm investing in China right now, I've got a very high what we'd call a equity risk premium, because it's concerning that the way, it's not just that there's this regulatory push in these sectors, it's extremely aggressive, in destroying value in some sectors. And it's not while there may be some good reasons to be doing it in some cases, the heavy-handed way it's done and the unpredictability of where it's going to go next should make investors very cautious about exposing themselves directly or indirectly to China. And so our strategists have spent a lot of time thinking about, where's the value in Asia that isn't vulnerable to Chinese developments. What parts of the Chinese market are more vulnerable than others? What's a reasonable equity premium to have in the market where stocks come down to a level where they're priced fairly, given that there's always a chance that a regulatory shock occurs to your company. So it's a very concerning thing for Chinese investment. I don't draw big lessons, though, outside of China.
Right. It's unpredictable because the government does make all the decisions there, and what they say goes. They can turn an industry upside down, like they've done with online education, like they've now done with online gaming. So they can make the rules there, and you never know what's going to come out of it. I want to talk quickly about energy. We only have a few minutes left, but given what we've seen and given the new focus or a renewed focus on climate change and issues around that, but also the collapse of the energy complex when this pandemic began, what does that signal to you for the years to come in terms of the petroeconomy, in terms of countries that depend on oil and energy for their revenue and for their income? How do you see that playing out in the next couple of years?
Well, I think it's going to be a gradual shrinking in demand for, carbon, right? And, and it's not, so, for a long time, of course, you had the opposite argument, which was that, we're going to run out of, oil and natural gas. And then we repeatedly discovered new ways to extract it. And that kind of shortage question never really materialized. I think what you see going forward is a reversal of that kind of period where there's this kind of chronic concern about a shortage developing to more of a chronic concern about a glut and a decline in the size of the sector. And so I think for a lot of companies and businesses in the energy business, it's about diversifying, and kind of making sure you're on board with where are we going in the future, which is going to be renewable energy and conservation. So I view it as a gradual change going forward.
Final question here from Petros. Considering the events of the current stimulus programs and projections of interest rates worldwide, how likely is a reversal of the global debt uptrend within this decade? Do you see us ever reversing that trend, or are we just spending our way into the future with no end in sight?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be hard to convince governments and individuals to cut debt. There hasn't been a big penalty for it. In the old days, they used to talk about how there was a premium on borrowing for governments if they ran big debts. That premium effect, you only see that in the weaker emerging market economies. You don't see that in a country like the US or Japan or the Euro area. So there isn't a lot of pressure to pull back. Other than if you have gridlock in government or a more conservative leadership. But I don't think that there's going to be a substantial move. I think debt will continue to climb higher, maybe not as fast as it has been. And with low interest rates, you can kind of live with that, right? You have a low financing costs. but it does make the world vulnerable to inflation, higher interest rates. It's a bit of an uncomfortable dynamic, I have to say.
Yeah, it's hard to see when that's ever going to end. Ethan Harris, so valuable to have you on this summit and your insights and the great stuff coming out of your team. You're the head of global economics at BofA Global Research. Folks, you can follow their research. It's publicly available. If you log on to their sites, you can see what they're publishing. Very smart stuff and great questions from our attendees. Thanks so much for that. We're coming back in a few minutes. Ethan, thank you for being with us, but we're coming back in a few minutes with our next panel, which will be managing financial and mental stress. Great guests on the panel there. Mike Baer, George Blount, Carolyn McClanahan, hosted by Amy Marin, and I'll be back with you. But folks, come back in a couple of minutes. Stretch, because this is about your money and your health. So we want to make sure everyone's stretching it out a little bit, taking a couple of deep breaths, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with our next panel. Thank you so much.
Welcome to our next panel discussion, where we're going to be talking about the link between mental distress and financial distress and how the two are related. As I mentioned earlier, we know that there's a clear link between our mental health and our financial health. That people who are in debt are 3 times more likely to experience depression or anxiety. And it seems to be a two-way street, that when your mental health suffers, your financial health can suffer. But we also know on the flip side of the coin, when our financial health is struggling, our mental health tends to decline. So we have an amazing panel of experts to talk to you today and answer all of our questions about how do you manage your mental health and your financial health. I'll introduce you to each of our panelists. Caleb Silver's joining us again to help ask some more of our questions. And we also have Mike Baer. Mike is a New York Times bestselling author. He is a personal development coach, and he's the owner of CAS Centers, a mental health and addiction treatment center network. And you may have seen him on Dr. Phil, where he appears quite often. Welcome, Mike.
Thanks for having me.
We're excited to talk to you. We have George Blount. George is a financial therapist, which I have to say, I've never heard of a financial therapist before. So I'm super excited to talk to him. He's the founder of Get in Balance, which is a financial therapy and consultant firm where he helps address all things psychological, economic issues, and mental health and well-being. So welcome, George.
Thank you so much for having me.
And finally, we have Carolyn McClanahan, who is a physician turned financial planner. So I'm sure she's going to have some interesting perspectives for us about the link between our well-being and our financial health. She's also the director of financial planning for Life Planning Partners. Welcome, Carolyn.
Thank you so much for having me. I look forward to this session.
So do I. I think having this session is so important because so often we tend to either think when I get my mental health in order, my finances will get in order, or I'll feel better once my financial health is taken care of. But it's really hard to address one without the other. So I'm looking forward to diving in and figuring out just how do we do this. My first question is for Mike. As a life coach, how much of what you deal with has to do with money somewhere along the lines, either that people are struggling emotionally and perhaps it's because of money, or they're overspending because they're trying to make themselves happy? And what steps do you take to address financial issues with your clients?
Oh, money. You know, there's no aspect of mental health that money does not touch. Whether you're looking at relationships, getting into treatment, length of stay with getting help, entrepreneurship, business loans, mortgages, financial stress really dictates so much around how we live our lives. And for whatever reason, and I'm so glad we're having this conversation, it's really separated. Typically, people just talk about finances or they just talk about mental health, but there's such a bridge between the two. And I would say everyone I work with, there's a conversation at some point that has to do with what they want to do with their life or what they want to get out of based upon money. And we've had a lot of people come to our treatment facility a little too late because they just didn't want to spend the money on getting help, or they just couldn't figure out how to get their insurance to spend the money on getting help. So it's prevalent in every aspect of what I do.
Mike, I got to follow there. Sorry, I'm sorry about that.
That's a good point about paying for treatment. A lot of people say, well, if my financial health is struggling, how do I pay for treatment? Go ahead, Caleb.
My question is, in the past year and a half, as people have maybe had that chance to reset, if they've had that chance to reset, have they reconsidered the importance of career, the importance of making a few $1 million so they can kick it? Have you seen that transition in folks, or has it been mostly folks stressed out one way or the other in that inability to make a move?
Well, I think what I've seen is the people who struggled with coping have struggled a lot more. So the consequences around the stress of money has become, really exacerbated. I mean, it's been a real big challenge. It And the market is shaky. I mean, we all know the stock market right now. Like 1 minute, everyone's making a lot of money. This past week, the stock market was taking more of a dive. So, I find that certain people through COVID really spent the time on working through their business and next steps and utilize that as an opportunity. And the people that I've worked with that didn't have created quite a bit of debt and stress in their lives. And we all know when someone has debt, their mental health suffers tremendously.
And I'm curious from your perspective, George, we know that when people are emotional, it's tough to make a financial decision. Our anxiety spills over. So maybe we're worried about COVID and then we think, I can't invest money right now. Or if we're battling depression, it's hard to make a decision anyway. How do you help people make emotional financial decisions when they're struggling emotionally?
Yeah, good question. I think the first recommendation when struggling with your financial decisions is to be aware of the pace. We are likely to make irrational or inappropriate decisions when we make decisions under duress, when we make decisions without the proper context, when we're making that decision without sufficient knowledge or relatedness if we don't understand how it actually applies to me. So it's important to slow down enough to process those feelings and understand the significance of it. When you are processing, start to fill in some of those blanks. How will this impact me? Do I have all the relevant information? Should I engage an expert or not? Do I have sufficient time to answer these questions? And if you can really go through that process, then you can make a more appropriate and prudent decision. The struggle may arise simply from the fact that you're making decisions faster than needed, and you're doing that without any of the key information that you need personally, so that way you don't have regret or anxiety at the end of that decision making process.
I see that a lot, that people are scared of making a decision. And so some people overthink. They just keep thinking and thinking and they can't move. But then I see other people that just get impulsive. It's so stressful to think about it. And the thought of researching something seems really daunting. So they just jump in and fill out the paperwork really quickly and say, I can't think about this anymore. Where do you recommend people go to get help, or how do they educate themselves when they need to learn more about something before making a decision?
Yeah, two parts of that question. I think I'll answer the first one. If you are presenting people with information, be aware of what happens to human behavior when you don't provide context, when you're not giving people ample information, when you're making people make decisions faster than they are capable of making it. That is going to increase the likelihood that the response is not in their best interest. And that's going to be a problem, not in the present day, but maybe in the future. And so you have to be aware of that. So from the perspective of the people giving advice or making recommendations, that's something that you would consider. For the people that's taken this advice and you actually have to make these decisions, it's always important that you have some type of policies in place. It's relevant at this time in our lives to say, okay, in the case of an emergency, this is what I'm going to do, right? Or in the case of kind of losing a job, this is what I'm going to do. Don't wait for it to happen and then try to respond as quickly as you can at the event. If you have time and if you just are easier writing this stuff down, come up with certain policies for how you treat life events so that way when it happens, it's not a shock to you. And so if I have my lost a job policy, when that happens, I'm going to have an immediate way to trigger some course of action that prevents me from moving too fast. If I have the stock market went down too much type of policy, I need to have some type of response that allows me to slow down, understand what's happening, seek out the resources that I need to feel better about what's happening, and then I move forward. But if we are simply just relying on life to happen and then responding in the moment, we increase the likelihood of bad outcomes or more stress in the future because we didn't take the time at that moment to think it all the way through.
That makes sense. Our anxiety goes down when we have a plan, when we know, rather than worrying about what if something bad happens, when we know if it does, here's what I'm going to do. It just makes us feel a lot better. Carolyn, as a physician turned financial planner, I imagine there probably aren't many people who have ever had both careers. So because of that, I guarantee you have some unique perspective. What can you tell us about the link between financial health and what you're seeing in terms of people's well-being?
It's understated to say that financial health affects mental and physical health and vice versa. It's just a circular thing that happens. And so when people are under stress because of finances, they release chemicals called catecholamines. I think people have heard of things like epinephrine and stuff like that that kind of put your whole body on fire. And so that affects your mental health, affects your ability to think. It affects your physical health, wears you out, makes you tired. You can't sleep. And then once you can't sleep, you start to have bad behaviors to deal with that. If you're feeling stressed all the time, some people may not exercise, eat unhealthy diets, then they may turn to drugs or alcohol. And so then that just causes more problems. And likewise, if you have financial stress in your life and you need help for this, like you guys talked about earlier, accessing therapy, or even if you have chronic disease like going to the doctor, or if you have diabetes, hypertension, you may try to cut short on doctor visits because you don't have money, or cut down on your medicines. And so that makes you even unhealthier. And we'll talk a little bit, I'm sure, about what people can do when they face those situations, especially things like control what you can control and try not to use worry minutes about things you can't control. And I tell people you only get so many worry minutes in your life, so use them on what you can actually do something about.
Oh, I like that, because it's very true that we tend to spend so much time thinking, what if, and then we don't really invest our time and energy into the things that we can control.
Carolyn, if I may, I want to go back to something that George said, which is having that plan and that conversation, which is kind of what you do, right? You help families and individuals set up plans. And a lot of that is for, in some cases, end of life, or those final 10, 20 years, where you want to make sure that you've had those conversations with your children, with members of your family, so they know what you want. Or if you're a person that's going to be taking care of somebody, you know what they're going to want. The first time I met you, we were in a panel talking about the importance of having that conversation before it's too late. How critical is that? And how much of that were you doing in the past year and a half as a financial planner with the background that you have?
Yeah, George was spot on. It's like when you've thought through a situation, it already creates that muscle memory of how you're going to respond when that situation arises. And I recognized this a long time ago. I was an emergency room physician, and we used to do triage emergency practice sessions. So codes and what happens if we have a biochemical attack. That was our playtime in the emergency room. And that taught me well about when you think through things like loss of a job, or if you get diagnosed with a serious illness, if you get dementia, what are you going to do? And to have plans in advance that you've discussed with your family, and that when the bad thing happens, you're prepared. It just brings down the anxiety level so much. And I think it's really important that, especially in the age of COVID, I wrote an article last year, as soon as all this started happening, how to prepare for a prolonged hospital stay. And that helped a lot of people. So thinking through in the current situation, what are the bad things that can happen? It doesn't take a lot of time, but just kind of sketch out. Do I have an emergency fund? Have I let everybody know where all my passwords are? So just doing as much as possible and not dwelling on it, putting it away, and making certain everybody knows how to access that information when something happens.
I can speak to the importance of that personally. I was widowed at age 26. When you're 26, life insurance is nothing that you're really thinking about. And knowing that I had something like 30 days to decide what to do with my late husband's retirement fund, I had no idea how much money I needed to keep, how much I should reinvest. And having a plan in place on paper would have made that so much easier, because the last time you want to make a really important financial decision is when your emotions are super high. As a therapist, I know this. However, at the time, it wasn't a choice I had. I had to sit through and figure out how to make it. So I'm glad that everybody here is talking about this and encouraging other people, because it is so important to do. Before we start asking some more questions, I want to remind everybody in the audience, if you have questions, go ahead and ask them. We're going to save time at the end. There's a question mark on the side of your screen. Go ahead and let us know what questions do you have about mental health and financial health, and we'll save time to get to as many as those as we can. And I want to ask you, Mike, you're in LA where some of your clients, the people you work with, might not necessarily be struggling in terms of day-to-day bills. They may have a lot more money than other people. However, that doesn't mean that they aren't financially distressed. We know that there's some research, and our research over at Verywell has discovered this too. Sometimes the more you have, the more you have to worry about losing. And so anxiety can still be sky high for high income earners. Is that something that you're finding? Even people who are doing okay financially are still really worried about losing their money?
Oh, yeah. I mean, more money, more problems, they say. I mean, more real estate, more bills. California is an extremely high tax rate. A lot of people are trying to figure out how to live between California and other states for tax benefits. A lot have moved out. But, struggle is struggle. And it doesn't make a difference if somebody has a lot of money or a little bit of money. Some people with a lot of money, their issues stem out of feeling like people are taking advantage of them, and they have low self-esteem, and they dedicate themselves purely to work, and that's how they find their self-worth. And when there's not as big a business deals, they're not as happy. So, I mean, there's the whole range, and we all know that money buys more opportunity, but it doesn't buy more happiness. I go to Kurdistan, Iraq, and favelas in Brazil, and I can tell you that if I go to a party in Bel Air or I go to a party in a favela in Brazil, people are having a lot more fun at that party in Brazil. To be honest, it's more happening. And so I know it may be different, and I know Dr. Carolyn or George may know in the United States of America, how is overall happiness measured with, how much money you have. But I can tell you that there's a lot of stress here. But, the other thing too is when I work with people, I call it champagne problems. You want to complain about your financial stress when you own a place or you own two places. Everything's about putting things into perspective. We have so much to be grateful for, especially living in this country. We have so many opportunities. We have so many resources that exist when we want help, when we want to get better. And it's really about flipping the script. So I've worked with plenty of people with a lot of money, and I just say, poor me. I'm a little sarcastic with them, to be honest, because I just don't. It doesn't help to nurture their feelings around their third home. It drives me crazy, actually.
I think sometimes it's just never enough. It's hard to know, when do you say, okay, enough's enough, right? So many people who are anxious think, well, when I hit this next financial milestone, I'll feel better. They hit it and they don't feel better. They feel like they need to keep saving and collecting and earning, and then they're just always worried about losing it. George, I wonder, from your standpoint, one of the things I see often in my therapy office is people will say, I don't even know how to get organized. I don't know how much money I make. I don't know how much money I spend. If I have policies, insurance policies and retirement things, they just kind of collect. They come in the mail, but I throw them in the corner. It's overwhelming to think, how do I start figuring this out? What advice do you give to people who are just struggling with knowing where to start and how to take a look at the reality of their financial situation?
Yeah, if you're getting started, I think it's very difficult to start that conversation with a product or service. And so if you're trying to understand your finances based on understanding the various products and the various services that you have access to and what they're doing for you, that's going to not allow people to get to the right outcome that they're hoping for. My approach is to use a hierarchy of needs to really figure out what is your ideal goal financially. And so when we start at that base level and we're talking about physiological needs, how's your employment? How's your job? Are you able to sleep okay? Are you working 90 hours or 60 hours? Do you have the ability to save or not? Let's look at your job and let's start to decide whether or not you're in the right place to become an investor. Are you in the right place to become a saver just because of your job? And that's easy to change if you have resources and help in actually changing it. How about your housing situation. That is where people may feel safe. And so if we can arrange for people to have better housing, better transportation, that means that their safety is not an issue. They can actually make better financial decisions that way. And then that actually allows us to talk about different financial decisions that lead to equity versus those decisions that lead to debt. Same thing as love and belonging, which is the next most difficult part. How many people can really talk about their finances? Like the love killers are how much do you make and what's your credit score, right? And so if we look at life in that reality, we can move very far ahead in any relationship, but it is stymied when it comes to finances. So at a bare minimum, when it comes to how we treat ourselves financially, we should feel comfortable explaining that to other people and communicating our financial well-being. Otherwise, no one's going to be able to help you, and you're not going to find that compatibility because problems will arise. Once you get past all of those parts, it's really easy to then say, okay, if we're talking about recognition, reward, or self actualization, seek out equity in others or seek out equity in yourself. But as long as we've built this pyramid, that's something that means that we are sustaining our ability to have a appropriate lifestyle, that we can see the future of our sustainability and it's not going to change. And then if we are moving further up, it is seeking equity in others, and that can be your investments into stocks or mutual funds. But then the top of it, that self actualization. To Mike and Carlin's point, that's entrepreneurship. So if you feel like you're the change agent and you are not comfortable seeking equity in others, and you rather amplify equity in yourself, then that allows you to go down the entrepreneurship route. So I would say it always helps to stop looking at your financial problems through the viewpoint of products and services. Look through your financial problems through a hierarchy of needs, because it is a visceral feeling. You are looking to survive. Your earnings and taking care of your family are what are the elements that are motivating your decisions. And so if we don't align to those hierarchy of needs, we're missing some of the important questions and we're missing some of the important solutions.
Those are all really good points, because I think a lot of people tend to equate their self worth with their income, or they think that social media these days puts pressure on people to make it look like they're doing better than they are. And because of that, people feel bad. We look at somebody else who has a new car or somebody else whose house looks beautiful and think, oh, why don't I have that? And that those emotions that get stirred up, I think for a lot of people are really difficult. Then how do you decide what you really value in life and what's most important? How do you help people uncover some of those things, George? How do you help them figure out how to become more comfortable with where they are without necessarily comparing themselves to other people?
Yeah, I think the part of financial therapy that is helpful, that is very prescriptive given where we're at today, is that we have to look at the origination of these emotions that we're experiencing today. They didn't just come out of nowhere. So if you have a feeling of anger when we talk about money, where did that come from? How did it originate? Do you even know where it came from? And if we can understand where it came from, we can understand how to correct it and we can understand how to change it. So financial therapy of has a lot of pathways, and I would say one pathway is let's go back and let's see where we got to this point, right? Let's do our origin story, for lack of a better term, so that way it allows us to understand the emotions that we have, because we do know that financial education is not prevalent. So I know that you didn't learn financial education in school. I also know that you probably didn't learn it in college or university. So where did you learn it? That's different for every single person. So let's try to understand the origin of your financial behavior, and that allows us to have a good idea. Once we do that, that's really where your feet are. So if we've uncovered where these emotions are coming from, I'll give you that example. Happiness, but we normally see it as a pursuit of happiness. You may spend money because you think it will make you happy, and it never makes you happy because you are simply chasing it. So it's a detrimental emotion to spend based on the pursuit of happiness because it's something that you never attain. And so we can simply say, why are you doing that? We can point to things that have happened in your life that have never really manifested into the happiness that you're looking for. So why do you keep doing it? And if we start to uncover that, then it allows us to work on the next part, which is now that we know where our feet are today, do you want to change it or do you want to stay the same? And I think once we get to that place of are you happy where you're at or are you uncomfortable with where you're at, that's when every single resource is at your disposal, right? That's when someone like Carolyn, that's a CFP, can come in and say, all right, here's my plan. This is where I want to go forward. But like other professionals, they can help you where you're going to in the future. But I think to your point, Amy, like as in the therapeutic world, when we understand financial therapy and we understand some of the problems that we see today, you have to go backwards and try to understand them. And I think financial therapy is the one discipline that allows us to understand the origin of some of these financial problems before we start to move forward. Because there's a lot of resources once we move forward, not as much in resources in terms of the origin story. So that's a big gap that we're trying to fill with this discipline.
I love this discipline, and I'm the son of a psychotherapist and an investment banker, so this is perfect for me. But you speak to something really important, George, and I would love Carolyn and Mike's perspective on this. I spoke to a financial advisor recently who said the exercise we need to do is talk about how much it costs to be you, not how much it costs to pay your bills every month, but to be the you that you want to be. So if you want to be this person that has a house upstate and you maybe have a beach house, or you go on vacation twice a year, or you like new clothes every fall for the new season, you really have to get that under control. Carolyn, how important is that when you meet clients for the first time, or even those that you've been working with for years, to have that conversation about, let's really get to the bottom of what it costs to actually be the person you want to be?
Oh gosh, Caleb, that's an understatement. You know, a lot of people think of financial planning as investments, and real financial planning, and thank goodness there are more of us out there actually doing it, is first taking stock of what are a client's goals and also helping them develop, you know, like George was saying, are you happy now? And if not, why? And then it may involve career planning. It may involve helping them break down their spending into what's really valuable to them, the needs versus the wants, and learning how to thoughtfully spend instead of just spend in search of something. So it all starts with figuring out their goals, and then we actually do look at the cost of their life, and then you look at what they're doing now and how much they're saving, and if they continue those behaviors, what does that potentially look like in the future, and where do they have leeway? I think a big mistake people make with financial planning, they'll do a one-time financial plan, and life is not static. It changes constantly. So for us, instead of focusing so much just on investments, because that's just a tiny part of financial planning, we every year review a person's spending and making certain that what they're doing is congruent with who they really are and what they want to be. And once you get that under control, experience is much less expensive than buying things. And once you get people at peace with where they are financially, a lot of times they quit spending that search for buying those things, and their financial picture becomes a lot more secure. So to me, we just need to make the whole focus of financial planning more on this and talk a lot less about investments in the stock market.
You've been saying that for years. And Mike, you probably come across this as well, because maybe some of your clients may be in a good position financially, as Amy mentioned, but at the same time, that doesn't buy you happiness per se, right?
Well, and I think what's so helpful, and I know Carolyn and George and Amy, and is doing an assessment, you know, taking stock of all areas of one's life and figuring out what's really off balance. Because anytime we address any problem, we have to assess it. If you're a therapist and they have diagnoses, you assess the problem, and then you kind of figure out, okay, what is our roadmap based upon all these different criteria that make up this description, where a lot of research has been done around it to help the person. You know, same thing with financial planning. I assume with Carolyn, there's an assessment that takes place. You know, what are your assets? What is your relationship to money? Do you have any retirement saved up? And so, you know, getting help is the wonderful thing we get to do in this life. Is we have so many options of different human beings that we can ask for help. And now, because of the internet, we all have so many options to ask for help. But help is a transaction, even free help. So even if you want to get advice I always say there's like the wise counsel in our lives. Figure out who is that wise counsel that you look up to, who has a good relationship with money, who has a good foundation. Get coffee with them. People like to be able to help other people. However, be coachable. A lot of people say they want help, or they'll show up with Carolyn or George or Amy. They'll say they want help, but they don't want the help you're suggesting. They want a different type of help. So it's really important to trust the process that when you ask experts for help, you're kind of surrendering. And sure, there are horror stories out there, right? Of course, but if you got a little bit of research and you look people up on the internet, you can shake enough bushes so you can feel safe trusting experts' opinions. So that's a long way of answering your question, but I just think assessments is crucial for getting well.
And you bring up a good point that sometimes when we get help, all of us do this. You ask somebody for their advice, and when it's not what you want to hear, you think, well, I'm not going to do that. Or we nod and smile and then never go back. But really, if you don't change anything, nothing in your life is going to change. So when you get advice, to test it as an experiment, could this actually be helpful to me or not? But you won't know until you try. And I'm interested from you, specifically, Carolyn, about how distressed are people about their financial future right now, and what are some of the steps people can take? I think under normal circumstances, people are asking questions like, how do I know how much to save for retirement? Or how do I know it's okay to take a step back with my income because I don't know what's going to happen next week, next month, next year? How do you help people make those financial decisions, especially right now in this world of uncertainty that we're in?
Right. The first point I want to make is the world is always uncertain. And, it's the complex adaptive system science. It's kind of a big term for we don't know what we don't know. And COVID happened. A lot of people knew that we were going to have a pandemic at some point because we always get pandemics at some point. So the most important part to financial planning is to create your resiliency first. So having that emergency fund, making certain you have your bills under control. And so, the step we go through for people who are facing financial insecurity, and I work with very wealthy people, but I also work with very poor people. So the working uninsured in my clinic that we have for people who don't have health insurance. And so and like Mike was saying earlier, you have very happy rich people and unhappy rich people. You have very happy poor people and unhappy poor people. And so money is a differentiating factor, but it's not huge. And so the first thing you've got to do is what you can control. We already talked about that, and quit trying to worry about the things you can't control. But then go to next, what can you control? Identify what your needs and your wants are, and get rid of those wants if you are truly under financial insecurity at this point. And then if you have the ability, negotiate with the people you owe money to and see if there are any other programs available, like school loans. That's a big issue for a lot of people. There are programs out there to help with school loans, especially for low-income individuals. And then find out what services are available. People hear about all these federal programs that we had for COVID. There were a lot of local and state programs that just people didn't know about. So do your research and see what support's available to you. And then as far as healthcare, I also deal with a lot of people who have chronic illness issues. It's important to let your healthcare providers and your mental health care providers know that you're facing financial stress. Sometimes people are just too proud to admit, I'm having trouble. I can't afford this medication, so I'm not going to take it. They don't tell the doctor that. It's so important because doctors, they don't think so much about money sometimes, and that's an issue that they need to work on. And though they do care, though, and if you tell them, I'm having trouble affording this care, what can we do differently? Oftentimes there are other avenues that can be taken that are less expensive, or programs that may be available to help you.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I can't tell you how many people have come into my therapy office after they've said to their psychiatrist or their physician, yes, I will do that. And they run into that problem. They get to the pharmacy and figure out, oh, I can't afford that, or I don't have prescription coverage. But I used to work at a hospital where there are tons of programs. As social workers, we could reach out to the manufacturer and often get people medications free of charge, or we can find a different medication that maybe does the same thing but costs way less money. So there are options. And I guess this question is for all three of you. For somebody who says, I need help either in the mental health space and the financial health space, but I can't afford a professional. Are there any resources, services, places you recommend people look into?
So I'll start with that one. Oh, I'm sorry, George. I'm on a roll in my brain here, so I'll take that one from my perspective. So in our community, many communities have different resources available. And so you can go to your city's website. A lot of times they'll list free services are available. You can actually Google free clinics available in my city. And there are also many help groups, and it's not optimal, but there are Facebook groups where you can join the patients like me if you have certain health issues to discuss things. And it's amazing how resourceful patients are and to be able to learn from each other. So going to sites like that to get information to help control costs, and just reaching out to friends and family and networking to try to find out what resources are available. I'm sure George can add a bunch more to that, but there's so many untapped resources. And I think that's one of the sad things. There's so much information out there that people have no idea how to access it.
Yeah, I would add two things, and thanks for the question because I think it's helpful. I don't think a lot of people know that the United States has a financial literacy strategy called it's run by a group called FLEC, Financial Literacy Education Commission. It's updated every 2 years, and it's prescriptive in terms of what academics, nonprofits, private organizations should do in terms of providing financial education. And one of their key elements of this strategy is to keep the language simple. The reason why people have so much conflict and so much chaos and can't really find help is because we just name things for products, and so sometimes people just don't know where to go, and it's hard to figure out what resources you need. In the financial therapy discipline, I think I would recommend, and some of my other colleagues just recommend interviewing. There's not a cost to interviewing, a mental health professional, a financial advisor, a financial therapist, a financial planner, and find the one that's appropriate for you. Find the one that's going to listen to you and here's what you're doing before you actually spend any money. It doesn't cost you any money to be selective and to do your due diligence. The best resources, think like Carolyn said, know what you want, know what your goals are, be able to articulate it, and then interview people and see if they hear the same thing and can help you achieve your goals. Don't look for cheaper alternatives to problems that aren't yours. And I think that is what I see a lot of resources doing for financial problems. There's a lot of people with problems, and there are resources that are available to take care of them. There are also a lot of resources available that people don't need, that are just being recommended because they're free and because they're financial, and folks are not aware of what they're able to do with them. So context, again, is important. We have a strategy when it comes to fixing financial literacy, or at least being aware of where our gaps are and how to move forward. We need to make sure that we follow those instructions, that we give people the opportunity to understand what their gaps are, and then provide the proper resources for them to simply ask for help without that help coming with an attached cost. Because I have found, and I'll kind of defer to Carolyn and Mike on this as well, but our services are our services. We charge what we charge because it's valuable. That's what people do. And so one of the things that we do is we want to be able to give you the help that you're looking for without creating financial stress on ourselves. And so I think one of the best things that we can do is offer you guidance in how to communicate, guidance in how to actually be the best version of yourself, how to articulate it, where to look to for that guidance, and then go through this process of interviewing before you spend anything to make sure that it's ideal for you.
And I if I could jump on that sled as well. Is, it's like our program takes insurance. So we take like most major PPO insurances. And we also have at Cass Centers, and we have a relationship with the city of West Hollywood where we always give away a scholarship bet, right? And a lot of programs have relationships with the city if people reach out to the city to find out who are the providers in your area that there's funding for, that they offer help to the community. There are so many free resources. I'll get people saying to me like, well, I couldn't get my daughter into there and it's too expensive. And I'm like, and I'm not buying an Hermes bag. But guess what? You deal with what you deal with. That's life. Like life doesn't, it just because a program's very expensive doesn't mean they should give it away for free. And it doesn't mean it's best for your daughter. Just spending more money on mental health does not mean you're going to get well any sooner. So money may equal luxury in terms of getting well. You may get more massages. You may get more of a view. You may feel like it's more fabulous. But the reality is a lot of people I've helped, even families with a lot of money, I've referred their sons or daughters to programs where half the people are county funded, because I'll tell them, I'll say, your son or daughter can't afford to live on their own. Why are you going to put them up in a place that's not matching their lifestyle? And I just think there's so many, I am shocked. And I, every year I get more surprised at how many free, wonderful resources exist when you look for them. I'm talking scholarships. I had 3 jobs when I was becoming an alcohol and drug abuse counselor: Caribou Coffee, YMCA, and then I applied for the LGBT scholarship for men seeking to become counselors. Who the hell thought that was a scholarship? I didn't. But you look, you find it, you figure it out, and you hustle. And you can't take 1 or 2 or 3 closed doors as a sign that like you can't do it. It's like that. And you could either go, it's a closed door, or you can look at it and be like, that wasn't the right door for me. And you move on. So I just think there's so many resources available to people today, and every city is offering them.
I would
I think for
also
people who
add,
really don't,
because you said the city, I'm sorry.
go ahead,
Because
George.
you said the cities are offering them, the best resource for everybody is your state treasurer, because the treasurers are responsible for financial education and the financial policies in your state. And so the treasurers can be very specific on the financial issues that are happening in your state. And then they can also offer very specific resources based on what's happening in your state. And they are the kind of conduits to make sure that you have all of that access. And so it is not the glamorous approach. You're not going to win beauty pageants. You're not going to compete against TikTok when it comes to finding this financial advice. But doing simple things like going to mymoney.gov, which outlines our financial literacy strategy, going to your state treasurer's website and finding what financial resources they have available, or what their strategy is for financial education and consumer protections in your state. That's a good place to start. And the simple fact that we avoid some of these very common, less glamorous, very effective resources in favor of something that's more catchy, that can be problematic. And it really just means that we have to give more air to wanting to help, and really listening to people when they say, I want help, and being very clear and articulate in what that help actually means and how we can arrive at a solution.
Those are all great resources. And I think for anybody who's struggling, a great place is to start. Call your local community mental health center and say, I need help. Where do I go? Or call a financial planner and say, I don't have the money to pay you, but do you know of any place I can get help? Or start with your physician as well and say, I'm struggling. And they can often at least point you in the right direction of where to go.
Yeah.
We have some amazing questions that have rolled in, but before we get to any of those, Caleb, do you have any more burning questions we should ask these folks while we have them?
I'm sure they're no hotter than the ones we're getting from our attendees, because that's a smart bunch who keeps asking questions. I'm seeing them come in the channel, so let's get to those right away because I'm very curious.
So Jonathan asked, what's the main structure of a financial plan and how can a beginner start? This one is open to.
I'll take that one, I guess, as a financial planner. Yeah, so there are different ways to get financial planning. If you're just starting out, you may not need a full financial planner. There are wonderful financial literacy sites. Investopedia is one of them to get started on what you need to do for basic finances. And once you get a little bit more complicated and you have one-off situations, let's say you are changing a job and you don't know what to do about your 401k choices, your health insurance, getting an hourly financial planner and paying them for 1 or 2 hours of advice. There are many more financial advisors now offering hourly financial advice. And then once you get a little bit more complicated and you need help with investments, you still might do well with an hourly person just telling you where to put your money. You don't need to have some person doing fancy things with all your money. And then if you end up having a lot of wealth or you start making a lot of bigger money, you might want to hire a financial planner that is doing more investment management in addition to the financial planning. And make sure, though, that they're doing really good financial planning. And when I say financial planning, it's not just investments. Again, you have to know your cash flow, so budgeting, how you spend money, but also your estate planning, insurance planning, and tax planning is a huge one. A lot of people are very inefficient in taxes, and they think they're going to make a load of money on investments where they actually might make more money just being a little bit more tax efficient. So do your basic education. Make sure you use a fee-only fiduciary. So for real financial planning, because they're not incentivized to just sell products to you. They actually want to do the problem solving as far as giving you a good financial plan.
Great, thank you. A question came in from Sean about emergency funds. He wants to know what steps should you take and what tools should I look for to help establish an emergency fund? So I'm curious, do you guys recommend emergency funds? How do you know how much to put in it? And how do you set one aside?
Yeah, I'll do that one.
Okay.
I think it's more of a conversation that I like to have around saving and investing. And so the emergency fund is really building your savings behavior. Savings is a process of actually putting a little bit away or setting a goal and making sure that you do it habitually over time so that way it becomes a second part of what you're doing. Investing doesn't have that same endowment feeling. Like if you have a lot of money, you can invest it and lose it and not feel attached to it. But if you're putting a little bit away, you're going to have a closer attachment to that money and you're going to feel the need to do more specific and strategic things with it. That will end up becoming your emergency fund. Your emergency fund may grow to a point where now you can do some other things with it. But it all starts with an effective saving strategy. And I would say the majority of people do want to be good savers. People want to make returns on investments. But if you were to ask the majority of people, what would you like to achieve? The majority of people, I believe, would say, I want to save. And so that allows this opportunity for us to build the right type of behavior through slow and steady putting money away or slow and steady habits that allow you to manifest an emergency fund or achieve some other goal. Because once your fund is taken care of and that habit's built, can you just apply that goal to something else?
Yeah, I want to add to that, though, as far as how much you should have. So for people who have really stable jobs, we recommend at least 3 to 6 months, especially if you have a lot of debt, go more towards 6 months. If you have a 2-earning household, it may allow you to go more towards 3 months. But if you have a truly unstable job, and especially if you have a lot of debt, an emergency fund of a year is not unheard of.
Yeah, I was going to ask you the follow-up question, Carolyn, but you jumped right in there. But what about this notion of you have debt at the same time you want to save and invest? Is there a right balance, or is that age dependent, Carolyn? And anybody could really jump on this, but I'll start with you, Carolyn. Is it I should focus on the debt down payments here and then worry about investing, or should you try to do things concurrently and keep both plates spinning?
That's going to be, it depends. Definitely, if somebody has a 401k plan where there's a match for free money, you want to be concurrent and get your match, because that's free money. That's 100% return right there. You don't want to turn that away. And then you have to look at what is the cost of your debt. If you have what I call the painful debt of credit cards, high interest loans, then you'll want to work on paying those more down. But of course, making sure you have an emergency fund so you don't end up back in the same boat. And then as you get down to debt that's not as high cost, so let's say you have a 3% mortgage, that's not as worrisome. And then you might want to balance more saving towards your future. But definitely get rid of those, especially 12%, 15%. Credit card debt, that's just crazy. That needs to be get under control before you do anything more than meeting your match or your 401k.
That's really
also had some of its conversations as well, right? To Carolyn's point, you have to be presented with these alternatives, and you have to say, what am I going to do? Pay 10% interest or get a 6% return in the marketplace? Like, these are some of the things that you have to put in front of you and say, okay, these are the options that you have. You can choose option A or option B, right? And really start to guide people into doing something that is more prudent. Otherwise, people will, inadvertently choose what they think is the better option. Oh, I'm going to just do the equity side. We're not really looking at, to Carolyn's point, cost of debt, compared to the cost of your equity or your return. Those are the types of questions and the ways that you have to communicate, so that way we get the most out of these relationships and we don't just arbitrarily, seek to be an investor before we understand kind of what the context of being an investor means.
So we have time for one more question, and this one is probably a good one for you, Mike. How important is meditation, and how long should someone meditate for if they want to use it to manage their stress?
Well, like anything, I mean, meditation's a loose garment, and everyone has to figure out their fit, and everyone's different. Some people need to, light some candles and spin a bowl around, and other people need to just sit still and breathe. But meditation is really about just breathing and getting in the moment and getting centered and just allowing your body to go back to its resting place. Because when we allow ourselves to get to that resting place, we make decisions that are more authentic. They're less out of emotion. They're more balanced. They're more who we are. We have less moments of feeling like, oh gosh, I shouldn't have said that, or acting out of fear. And so meditation is truly authentic, and the strategy is whatever is going to work for that person. For some people, it's being in their garden. For other people, it's going on a walk. And for other people, it's sitting still. So sometimes when I've spoken to people and they say, I can't meditate, I'm like, well, what version of meditation are you trying to do? Because literally, anytime you're bringing your body back and your energy and your spirit into a resting spot, you're doing a form of meditation. And so I think it's absolutely crucial that we are aware and we take time to get back to who we are.
Wise advice. Well, everybody, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us. I know I've learned a lot. I hope our audience did as well. Everything from those reminders of a financial plan to how to manage our distress around it. So Mike, George, and Carolyn, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I hope that everybody in the audience will stick around for the next panel to hear from Dr. Jessica Shepard and her panel, which will be called Paying It Forward, the Future of Care from the Patient Perspective. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for being here at Your Money, Your Health. We are so invested in ensuring that you get all the information that you can when it comes to your money and your health. You've heard from Caleb from Investopedia and also Amy Morin, the editor-in-chief for Verywell Mind. I'm Dr. Jessica Shepard, the Chief Medical Officer for Verywell Health, and delighted to be here as we go into our third panel, which is really bringing in more of the healthcare perspective when we think of your money, your health. And before I start, I really wanted to remind you that we want this to be engaging. We want your questions. We want you to be able to submit those questions. And you can actually submit questions if you look at the right-hand side of your screen on the bottom. There should be a question mark icon, and that's where we're going to be able to see your questions, and we're going to be able to get to them throughout the duration of this panel. So this panel really is for the future of care from the patient perspective. You know, as a physician, that is a very important part of training, is the information that we learn. But at the end of the day, it all boils down to what is important for that patient and how do we treat that patient and what is that perspective of the patient. And we are going to see that throughout this pandemic, there has been changes to communication when we think of healthcare information, the relationships between physicians and their patients, and also healthcare payment. What does that look like for healthcare providers? What does that look like for patients? And what does the pandemic do to damaging possibly these interactions? And how can we make sure that that communication and information helps patients make better decisions for themselves in order for them to be safe and have them well-being? So I am delighted to bring in our panelists for panel 3 today, and our guests are here with us live. We can see them here when they come up on the screen. We have Dr. Jim Madara, who is the CEO and Executive Vice President of the American Medical Association, which is very near and dear to my heart because that is actually the largest physician organization in the U.S. And then we have Dr. Jim Merlino, who is the Chief Clinical Transformation Officer of Cleveland Clinic out in Ohio. And really that's combining clinical and hospital care with research and education. He's had more than 30 years of healthcare experience, and he's really focused on elevating the quality and safety of patient care. And we have Hesu Joe, who is the the clinical operations for BetterHelp, which is actually the world's largest therapy platform dedicated to making mental health care accessible, affordable, and convenient, which is ever so important during this pandemic that we address mental health and mental well-being. So welcome to all of you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Great being here.
Yeah, great to
Absolutely.
be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You know, this pandemic has really changed the human response to when we think of crisis and crisis information, how that information is distributed, delivered, and also how it's received. But particularly when we think of your money, your health, how does that impact certain communities? How does that impact hospital settings? So I'm going to start with you, Dr. Madara. During the pandemic and now, what I have seen, you know, in my physician community and hearing from all over the world, that burnout has been seen, you know, much more often due to emotional exhaustion, depersonalization, a diminished sense of personal accomplishment from work stress. How do we discuss or even address the concerns about the physical and psychological consequences for healthcare providers that have been tasked with caring for patients with COVID, and even those patients who have not been hospitalized due to COVID? What would you say about the strain in that type of healthcare setting?
Well, that's a really great and important issue, Dr. Shepard. Let me just say that when people think of physician burnout, a lot of times the approach that people think of is to increase resilience, which is a reasonable thing to do. But when you measure resilience in physicians, you find that it's very high, and it's higher than the average of other white-collar professions in the median. So the problem to really attack is not increasing resilience. It's making the environment around the physician more workable. And what kinds of things diminish that environment? Well, there's a big kind of information gap that has to be filled in, but for physicians, for them to use their time effectively. We've done studies that show the primary driver of satisfaction in a career for a physician is time with patients. And then we do other studies to see, well, how do you spend your time? That time is spent for every hour with a patient, 2 hours doing administrative work, and that was even stressed more during this pandemic. Just to give an example, in April of 2020, I was speaking to the head of an emergency department in a Brooklyn hospital. They had 15 bays in their emergency department, and they currently had 85 gurneys patients there. So it was almost an impossible situation, and it leads to a lot of burnout in the absence of support systems, including relevant, timely data access.
That's interesting to hear, because as a physician, many of the times that we take care of patients, we actually don't take the time to step away to see exactly what's going on in our lives in order to address the issue until sometimes it's very far into the progression of whether that's depression or anxiety. So there's so much more to it than, again, just doing more work or feeling that you need to cover up the intensity of how much you're actually doing. Which brings me to my next question. Because of that emotional exhaustion from a physician standpoint, we know now from patients, these are things that have been able to be studied over the last 18 months of how this actually impacts patients. Hasu, how would you say that you have found patients being affected? I know now when it comes to mental wellness, more than ever, we have seen patients use therapy, whether that's through telehealth or even going to their psychologist or psychiatrist or therapist. What have you seen throughout your platform?
Definitely seen a huge increase in people looking for these services. It was as recently as 2 years ago that a lot of people had a lot of resistance and pushback to the idea of teletherapy, telemedicine. And I think most providers were on the same side of the coin in terms of wanting the best care available to their patients. And I think some of the resistance comes from this idea or notion that teletherapy, telemedicine cannot replace being face-to-face with someone. As a healer, it feels like you need to be there in person, in the room with your patient. And what I'm seeing now is we've all had a lot of our abilities to go out and meet a bunch of people face-to-face taken away from us for a variety of good reasons to protect public health, public safety, but it still leaves us isolated in our homes, stuck with whoever it is that you live with. And sometimes you need to talk to somebody else. And I think a lot of people, with all the distractions of life being taken away, some good, some bad, we have been forced to look inward, to become very introspective about different values in our life, how we want to spend our time. And I think there is an increasing demand that keeps growing for mental health services because people are realizing maybe I'm not so okay when they don't have all those distractions out there of everyday busy life. And in that, we're seeing the same things that people have always come to therapy for: anxiety, depression, adjustment, grief. And now there's this compounding factor that all of us globally are sharing, an anxiety around whether things are going to go back to normal, or am I even going to feel safe again going grocery shopping? And this shift into bringing more focus, bringing more attention, and bringing more investment into your mental wellness and health has been something interesting to observe.
Yeah, interesting to observe would probably be what everyone could say about their experience through the last 18 months. Dr. Merlino, you really focus on the patient experience, quality and safety, and also continuous improvement in hospital systems, specifically yours at Cleveland Clinic. How has your system rather created a customized and compelling experience that both increases patient outreach and also targets the unique needs of the patient population?
Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of lessons that are going to be learned when the pandemic, we hope, is finally over. But one of the things that I think is true is healthcare found its agility during the pandemic because we've needed to respond to the needs of patients. As we've clamped down on visiting hours, as we've restricted certain access to services. We've recognized that that doesn't mean that we can't stop delivering the care. We can't stop building the human connection. So we had to find ways to adapt, and we had to do it quickly. I think it's incumbent upon us in healthcare to make sure that we never lose track of what's most important, which is the human connection. At the end of the day, we're serving people, and we're serving people in their most challenging times, their times with the most anxiety, and we can't detract from the care that we have to deliver to them. So whether we're adapting with telehealth so that we can provide care into the community where people can't get it, or whether we're providing telehealth services to patients at the bedside so they can be with their family members when they can't be in person, we have to keep in mind why we're here, which is that we're serving people. We're serving people in the worst part of their lives. We're serving people when they have incredible anxiety, and it's our responsibility to continue to be compassionate, to be empathetic when we're trying to adapt our services.
Yeah, I'm learning so much as all of you are speaking. At Verywell Health, we pride ourselves on providing accurate information, but is also very trustworthy for people who are looking for information in a time of need. So that agility and that adaptation that you were just speaking of, Dr. Molina, I have seen in so many different ways through this pandemic. But I think that all of us have an equal responsibility into how we can shape that response. For all of you, I wanted to ask you this specific question. When we look at this pandemic and really how it has shaped human response, right, to crisis information, this has been very a crisis mode for a lot of different people in various different ways. I think everyone has kind of had their collective experiences through this pandemic that has played out very differently for everybody. How do you think in the hospital setting or, in a healthcare setting that has shaped the human response to crisis information? And that's for all of you to take a stab at that.
Well, I'll kick it off and just say that there were things that were really stressing as we've been talking about during this pandemic. But taking a step back, you look at a lot of the things that were stressing were present before the pandemic and just amplified by the pandemic. And so we take a view of, in the mid-century, what are our pre-competitive needs that we have now? What I mean by pre-competitive is that, what needs exist that if they aren't fixed, it doesn't matter what health system we have mid-century, it's not going to work very well. And those pre-competitive needs shape our strategic thinking. And they include better thinking and around chronic disease and care for chronic disease. 100 million people now in this country have chronic disease of some sort. It accounts for 90% of the $4 trillion health care spend. And it's now probably even more with long haul and other consequences of COVID-19. We need to understand and do better in chronic disease. I mentioned before data liquidity, that, along with chronic disease, you need to have good organization of actionable data longitudinally throughout patients, the interaction with the healthcare system. A third is training the physician workforce for the 21st, not the 20th century anymore. A third pillar in medical education, health system science, talks about team-based work, the knowledge and cultural competency that physicians need to deal with our diverse population, the data analytics that are needed. Another example is sort of getting rid of the needless regulatory work and the kind of work that allows physicians to only spend an hour out of 3 face-to-face with the patients when both physicians and patients put that time together. And then lastly, this was really pointed out in detail by the pandemic, is to root out racism, both inside the halls of medicine and medical care and outside. We aspire to high quality care and safety, but if we have populations that have very different kinds of health inequities, that's a glass ceiling on how well we can do as a nation in our healthcare. So I think these 5 or 6 things are pre-competitive needs that pointed out by the pandemic, pre-existed before the pandemic. And if we don't fix these, no matter what health system we have, it's not going to work as well as it should for patients.
I think that is so important that you mentioned that that unless we really pay attention to and fix those things, it really doesn't matter what type of healthcare system that we have. Jesu, what would you say is that disconnect throughout these last 18 months that you found have maybe 3 tips that you could give to help reestablish the connection with people when we think of emotional connectivity and mental well-being?
Great question. I think a lot of us have had a diminished and some folks even an eliminated access to connection with other people face to face. I will say that technology has allowed us to connect with others in such a meaningful way, piggybacking off of something Dr. Madera said about regulations and how this, I think, holds back providers from doing what we were meant to do, which is to provide help, to provide services. And we're seeing it in the mental health space too, with really state licenses. Even though we have the technology in front of us, we are barred from making matches for clients and therapists because of not being licensed in the right state. So, bringing it back to your question of how to maintain connection, how to continue to achieve emotional wellness when it comes to context of being with other people, use technology. If it's not safe for you and if it doesn't make sense for you to get into big groups, to connect with other people, to create meaningful experiences and memories in person, we have this thing right in front of us that allows us to connect. And if people are thinking, I can't really replace a face-to-face interaction through something on my smartphone or on my computer, it's not as personable, it doesn't seem like real life, I'm going to tell you now, people are finding their spouses, their life partners online. People are making huge decisions like closing on a house, going into escrow, all doing it digitally, never coming face-to-face with a broker, any kind of real estate agent. We are educating our children. We're trusting that our educators are going to be able to effectively teach our kids how to read, how to do math. So really tune into what you have as access for technology. And, technology, there's double-edged sword here. I think it allows us to connect. It allows us to create community. It allows us to organize. But it also can be responsible for the spreading of misinformation. It can also be used to create a vacuum of knowledge in which people can reject ideas that don't line up with their own beliefs. So it's being mindful, as always, of being in tune with what's available to you, what you have access to, and making it work for you in a meaningful way. And I think we can continue to do that with other people, even if we can't see each other.
Thank you. I really appreciate that because even in this vacuum that we've all been in, where we really maybe interact with our screen more than we ever have before in our lives, it really is taking that step back to ensure that we are utilizing it to the best of our abilities, but also that we are finding a way to connect the way that we do best individually. And I think that we are getting a little bit closer to that balance of balancing the two, of still getting everything that we need to get done, but still finding ways to connect. Dr. Molino, I know, health literacy is one of the things that can impact a patient's experience, how they receive information, how they're able to actually translate that information, which is, again, something that you really focus on. The disconnect in health literacy with patients is something that also has heightened over this pandemic. What do you think are some strategies to build a commitment to health literacy or improving health literacy with patients, but also with providers and their patients?
Yeah, I think we are still seeing the effects of a general problem in health literacy during the pandemic that we knew existed before the pandemic. And that is that it's not something that we train providers to understand how to improve. It's not something that we train other healthcare professionals to really focus on. We often produce medical information that is not health literate. So all of that kind of challenge and opportunity that existed before the pandemic was magnified now during the pandemic. What you see happening out there in the market or in the healthcare world is this incredible flush of disinformation about healthcare, particularly about the pandemic, about vaccinations. And so that has just compounded the problem. What I think we've needed to do, and we need to do more of, is be very specific about what we're communicating. So if you think about the pandemic, there's tremendous confusion about the virus, about the variants. There's confusion and misinformation about vaccine. I think healthcare providers, businesses, our governmental institutions need to be aligned in the messaging about the disease, about the response to the disease, about the treatment, about the statistics. I think that we all have a responsibility to make sure that we're tamping down on anything that exploits sensationalism about this disease. And I think we all have a responsibility to communicate very clearly, very simply, and repeatedly about what's important that people need to know about how to take care of themselves, how to protect themselves, about the treatments and the vaccines that are available. We all have a responsibility for that, and we have to be very thoughtful about how we're communicating to the public, how we're communicating to patients, and also our caregivers. At the end of the day, we are still in the middle of this incredible health challenge that we've not seen in a generation. And we have to do more to take control of the narrative so that we can use that as a tool to help defeat it.
I think, like you said, misinformation is abundant nowadays, and we really have each of a responsibility to make sure, again, that information, that dissemination of information, and also evidence-based medicine is really given to the population and the public, because the more that we are consistent with that messaging, and the more that we are very sure about the information that we're putting out there, we will eventually get to a place where, again, that will rise, and that's understanding what people will take from that message and how they'll actually utilize it in their health, in their families, in their individual care. Going now more towards what we look as far as the future of care. This panel is focused on the future of care from the patient perspective. Now that we have seen us go through something that we, again, you said, Dr. Molino, have not seen in a generation, and looking at the emotional impact that it has on our society, looking at the actual future of care from the patient perspective, what would you say is maybe one or two things that, in your opinion, was what we would need to focus on in order to increase or heighten that patient perspective and that experience when we're talking about actually the future of care?
Well, I think, first of all, we should be optimistic about the future of care. And we've learned some lessons, or are learning lessons in the pandemic. Number one, our caregivers, regardless of their profession, nurses, physicians, are incredibly resilient. And that should give us comfort that our people are out there every day on the front lines taking care of really sick people as we manage this. Secondly, I think it's that innovation is alive and well. And if anything, I think innovation has been accelerated during the pandemic. We are doing things that we didn't think were possible. And you're seeing it in the outcomes of COVID patients, not just because we have some treatments that are marginally effective against the disease, but because we adapted very quickly to what we were seeing out in our hospitals relative to how to take care of our really sick patients with COVID. So I think relative to the future, we should be optimistic. I think our caregivers are resilient. They come to work every single day. They put themselves in personal jeopardy to do what's right to take care of people. And number two, despite the pandemic, we have kept people safe. We've delivered high quality medicine, and we have innovated to meet the challenge of what we've needed to do. I think our next challenge is to just finish the job, to defeat this pandemic, get people vaccinated, have people stay safe, so that we can get on with our lives.
Dr. Madara?
This makes me think of a study that was fortuitously done and released in late October of 2019, just before the pandemic. And this was the global assessment of pandemic risk done by out of the Bloomberg School at Johns Hopkins. They looked at 195 countries with 40-some criteria, and they concluded that the United States was best positioned to weather a pandemic, and yet it turned out not to be that way at all. And if you look at where did well with those 40 or so questions, we did well in science and public health and laboratory medicine, epidemiology. So if you look at out of those 40 or so, where we didn't do well, it was access, socioeconomic resilience, the split between wealthy and poor in this country, the culture of vaccination in this country as well, and then also some political risk to our system. And when we look at this overall, we realize that those four things that we scored poorly on is really what dinged us during this pandemic. And if we don't have better access, if we don't have more equity, if we don't try to fix the vaccination resistance issue, and that in part, I think, relates to the communications that we were talking about. And in that communications area, I would say a couple of things that we could have improved on, I would think, is to have reliable sources of information for the public that are coming out of government agencies and our physicians or scientists. As soon as a politician, regardless, independent, Republican, Democrat, in a divided nation like ours, starts talking about the science and giving an opinion, it politicizes the science. So that's one thing I think we could have done much better on. Another thing is we could have done phraseology a little better. So not everyone is familiar with how science is done and the trial and error and whatnot. And you kind of lose sight of that with a novel virus where you're learning every month something different and you're surprised every 6 weeks of something new. And so rather than saying, this is what one should do, one needs to say, we're in a novel circumstance. We have incomplete knowledge. We're gaining knowledge every day. But based on the knowledge we have, we think this is what should be done currently. To portray an idea that this is sort of a living, breathing new thing, and it will wax and wane, and we'll have to wax and wane with it. Because when a community thinks about its disease burden, not as going up and down, but just the suggestion that 1 month you have to have masks inside and another month you don't, it can be confusing not to recognize that this is derivative from the scientific learning that we're going through.
No, I really appreciate that perspective and that answer. Hasu, for you, when we look at the future of the patient perspective, what would you say would heighten that or improve that experience for patients and from their perspective when we think of healthcare?
Tough acts to follow, I gotta say. But I think I'm going to turn to technology again. I think people should see this as a really viable option, especially if they haven't really considered being able to get proper health care through their phone. Like I said, it wasn't that long ago that most people thought it was a weird idea. I think a lot of people in the field even thought it wasn't going to be around for very long, but that has certainly changed in the past year and a half or so. Telemedicine has made it so that people can continue to access care. It also has the side effect of leaving some spaces in urgent care and ERs for folks that really need to see somebody in person. I think it's also important for all of us in every system and every nook and cranny of healthcare to think about the work-life balance and the way that morale is shaping for the providers themselves. I feel like I could go on and on about this. I also agree that there needs to be equity in the world of healthcare. There's so many issues, especially in this country, when it comes to access to this healthcare because of cost, because of absence of transportation, because of health literacy, as you mentioned. There's demands and significant needs for changes, I think, not just in this space, but at the government level too. I'm not quite sure how health and scientific knowledge has become politicized, or why we are now saying that if you believe in this, and that means you probably voted this way. I'm not quite sure where this came from, but I think if our future is to be optimistic about having everybody adopt healthy lifestyle, we somehow have to acknowledge that healthcare, I mean, our bodies and our health, our mental wellness and our physiology, it's not connected to our political alignment. And all of us are so much more similar when we think about ourselves in a medical way. And I think it's really important for many people to be focusing on those similarities rather than the differences in ideology.
Absolutely. I think we absolutely are more similar in our experiences and our biologic makeup than we can even imagine. And so even the fundamental thought of that can a lot of time take away all of the distraction when we think of healthcare and those who do not get healthcare, why that is. We do have questions that are trickling in. I'm excited to add this first one, and any one of you that feel you want to answer this, that's fine. If it's all of you, one of you, and I can even chime in as well. But a question that we had that came in is, what resources and suggestions do you have for friends and family who are caregivers to loved ones during this pandemic? They are often isolated and are handling a broad range of medical mental health issues without support. So the question again is going to suggestions for family and friends who are caregivers to loved ones during this pandemic.
I mean, I will say that what you're describing is compassion fatigue. So, folks that have this question and you're not familiar with this term, just knowing this language will help you search for the resources that are local to you. And if that means therapy, and if you have a barrier to access because of cost, if you're in America, you can call 211 on your phone, and this will provide you with a phone call with somebody that will be able to link you up with local resources that are available to you, often subsidized by your county or your state government. So I really encourage folks to look at what's available to them locally, since eventually we'll all be able to see each other in person, optimistically.
Dr. Molino, I'm going to pick on you a little bit because I know with what you do, enhancing that patient experience, what would you say, in the hospital setting where you see patients come in and out from being admitted and readmitted possibly, what would you say to family and friends who are their caregivers?
I think we have to reassure people that we will get through this. I think Issue's point about compassion fatigue is really important. It doesn't just affect professionals taking care of patients. It's affecting families. It's affecting societies. I mean, we're in our fourth surge right now. And, the first time around, we were all frightened. The fourth time around, we're not frightened. We know what to do, but it's very fatiguing. And I think when you look at the history again on COVID, the impact, the psychological impact, not only on healthcare workers, but on our population in terms of the magnitude is just going to be indescribable. What we have to be sensitive to is be mindful of what we're dealing with, be mindful of the stress that people are under, and frankly, look out for each other. We have to retract to just basic needs of making sure that we're providing companionship, that we're providing, compassion, that we're listening to people. We don't need to be healthcare professionals to do that. We just have to be open-minded and mindful as to what's going on around us to make sure that we're supporting each other. Now more than ever is the time when we need to come together and make sure that we're paying attention to our friends, our families, our neighbors, to make sure that we're supporting them because this is tough and it's not over yet. And we want to make sure that we're there for people.
Yeah, and I also think that, with the information that people are hearing, again, we've unfortunately politicized it, and also, where we get our information does play a part in how we process that and how we make decisions. I think shared decision making is also a very big part of the patient perspective, is how they make decisions and where they get that information from. Now, when we think of shared decision making and practice in general healthcare, it really does increase the consumer, the patient's knowledge about the specific issue, but also it provides more comfort for them when we think of them actually then having to make a certain decision. Many decisions have had to been made during these last 18 months for people who have been put in positions with themselves individually, or a lot of times family members that have been ill. And again, maybe some have that passed from COVID-19. So shared decision making is a very big part of that experience. When you think of the collective nature between the patient and the physician or the healthcare provider in making decisions, where do you think we can make improvements in shared decision making?
I'll take that one. Oh,
Go ahead.
go ahead. Go ahead. I was just going to say that I think that, again, it's something that we haven't really focused on traditionally. But when you look at the evidence on shared medical appointments, when you look at the evidence on bedside shift report out with nurses, when you look at the evidence on plan of care visits with nurses, physicians, and patients and their families, outcomes improve when those activities are performed. And so it's really our responsibility to broaden the number of people that are involved in the discussions with medical outcomes. I think that if you're a physician and you're having conversations with a patient, family members aren't present, we should make an effort to include family members. If we're nurses and we're having conversations at the bedside or in the office, we should do everything we can to broaden the circle of people, because not only is understanding increased, but remembering is increased, and it gives people the ability to engage in a much more meaningful way with the decisions that they're making to impact their outcomes and health.
Dr. Madera.
Yeah, I would just make 2 points. First of all, I agree with all of that. I would say you have to craft it a little bit for the individual, though. My as an example, my sister is someone who wants to participate in this conversation. When I go in and my physician talks to me about something going to be done with my health and gives me alternatives, I'll say, well, this is why I come to you as a doctor will. I want you to decide. So it varies a little bit with the individual as does everything. The second point, which is stepping back from this a bit, is thinking about how we as a country, as a medical profession, think about outcomes. So, it's if one has a knee replaced, one can talk about so many degrees of deflection, that how you bend that knee, and that's our outcome. But from the patient's point of view, that's not the outcome that's important. The outcome that's important is, can I walk stairs? Can I cook for myself? Can I take care of my grandchildren? Can I go to work? And so a shift to these more patient-reported outcomes, I think, would be a healthy shift for us all, because after all, that's what 320 million Americans think that we're paying $4 trillion for.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And even when we think of those decisions that are made, research has actually shown the less that you have your family members or people who are there in order to help make a decision, or that shared decision making, it actually can worsen health outcomes. And it's surprising that, we're speaking of this when we were just during a pandemic where many times family members were not even allowed in the hospital, in the rooms with their loved one. And so again, decisions were having to be made without having the people that can help them translate the information or help them make that decision making when it comes down to something that can be a life or death situation. And that too can impact why we have seen so much mortality and morbidity throughout the pandemic, is again because there was no connection, no shared decision making. As we're kind of closing towards the end of our panel, I really wanted to ask another question that's come in. If someone is looking for a new healthcare provider, what questions should they ask their physician, their nurse practitioner, their PA, to make sure that they're a good fit? And also this actually pertains to mental wellness providers as well, your therapists, your psychologists and psychiatrists, that they will actually find a good fit and the level of care that they want or need is being met. What should they be mindful of?
Well, I think one thing is, yeah, go ahead, Dr. Madera.
No, please.
No, you go ahead. You let me go last time.
Well, I would say one thing is the sense of folks they know in their own community in terms of personal fits. And then one thing to stay away from is whether it's to interview a physician for your care or just to get a second opinion. If a physician doesn't want to engage that, it's not the right physician for you.
Yeah, I agree. And I would add, there's a lot of ways that the public can get information on physicians and even hospitals, and you should take advantage of those resources and make sure they're reputable. pay close attention to the ones that are from societies and organizations that represent the medical community. But I don't think it's necessarily about the questions that the patient can ask. I think it's about the questions that the provider asks. And what I would want to know for myself or a family member is, are they taking an interest in really understanding what my needs are and what's important to me? And I think Dr. Madera touched on this a little bit with patient-reported outcomes, right? Because I can get information on a surgeon's infection rates and their mortality and their morbidity. But what I really want to know is, are they going to spend time with me? Are they going to understand me? Are they going to treat me with kindness, empathy, and respect? Because that, to me, says they're going to go the extra mile in making sure that not only are my needs met, but they're going to connect with me and treat me like I'm a family member, which I think will allow us to have a better relationship.
That's great. From your perspective, I was going to actually just ask you, I was just about to get to you. Being on an online platform, what do you think are the best way for people to, I guess, vet their experience or figure out from an online perspective and telehealth perspective, what's going to work best for them? What are some tips?
I think a lot of what's already been said is applicable also. You want to feel safe with this person, that you're expected to dive into your deep, dark thoughts and some emotional, thought processes that you haven't even admitted to yourself. So it's important that when you are with this person, the feeling of safety is present in the room or in your home, wherever you are. With the online experience, similar to what Dr. Molino said, all of these therapists' license information is made available to the client, the patient, consumer, whatever you want to call them. And I think it's important for folks that are interested in making sure they want to vet these professionals on their own to know that license verification sites are now digital. They're all accessible to the public. And we have a right, and we have, I think, a responsibility to ourselves to look into the professionals that we're matched with. You can look into whether there's any disciplinary action on their license or any open investigations if these things are important to you. If you find that stuff, it's also worth it to ask these things to your provider if you're thinking that you want to keep working with them, but you have some concerns. If somebody is resistant or not wanting to answer your questions, I think that's a pretty good sign to move on, which was already mentioned as well. And with a therapist, of course, what questions they ask you is going to be quite important, and it's going to help you feel like this person wants to know who I am. This person is asking the questions that are surrounding my presenting issue that I brought to them. The thing with online therapy, and some providers are not okay with this right now, but at the end of the day, we're thinking about the patient. And in online therapy, we've made it very easy for them to change providers just by clicking a few buttons. And this is because we want to make sure that people feel like they are in the right situation for them. And we want to make it more of a seamless process than what people might be used to in offline, having to go through their insurance panels or seeing who has open availability. So I think especially with the online therapy space, there's so many tools and so many features and so much innovation going on to make sure the member has full access and full control over their own care.
I am so delighted to have had all of you on this panel today. I myself know that I've learned so much from us being flexible and having the ability to adjust to what we've been through over the last 18 months, to also being optimistic. I think, even in the depths of despair that some of us may have felt through this time, we also have to be optimistic. And also our mental wellness. Our mental wellness is such an important part of our overall health that sometimes that is actually impacting our physical health or the ability for us to recover or restore or heal. So I wanted to thank you all for being a part of this panel, which is the future of care from the patient perspective. And again, as couriers of healthcare information, all of us have a responsibility to ensure that we help patients make better decisions, that they feel safe, and that their well-being is taken care of, because that is, again, of the utmost importance at the end of the day. So thank you to all of you for taking your time to educate, to advocate, and also discuss these important issues today on this panel.
Great fun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Welcome everyone to panel 4. Thank you for staying with us and sharing your time with us today. If you're just tuning in, this is panel 4, which is moving forward healthcare access and options. I'm Dr. Jessica Shepard, Chief Medical Officer here at Verywell Health, and we're delighted that you're with us today for Your Money, Your Health. We have this panel and we have one following, so please stay tuned and learn as much as you can today. Also, to be sure, we want you to be engaged and we want you to ask as many questions as you can. This is your time to be engaged and learn more. So ask questions. There is actually a box at the bottom right of your screen. If you look for a question mark icon, you can click on that, send those questions in, and we will definitely get to those. And also, if anyone is having trouble with their live stream connection, we also recommend that you can close down some extra tabs and programs that, again, can be impacting your internet bandwidth. So without further ado, we will get started with our next panel, which is moving forward healthcare access and options. Now, most of this time that we've spent together today has been talking about the COVID-19 pandemic. But what I have learned, even in the last panel, is that it's always good to be optimistic and to stay optimistic. So we always want to move forward and look at the future of what healthcare can look like, and also for your money, what that can look like as well. Now, we know that the pandemic took over our lives, lives of our family, friends, and individually. And for some of us, that impacted our health in so many different ways. So what we're going to do throughout this panel is explore access to healthcare now in response to the pandemic, as well as the impact within healthcare technology and also utilization on a global level. Now, when we think of the World Health Organization and how they actually define health, health is a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being, and not merely the absence of just disease and infirmity. So we've even gone as far from our platform today and from our summit today to even cover finances and how that impacts our health as well. So as we go through this panel, we're going to talk about the determinants of health from a social and economic factor, also from our physical environment. We touched on the clinical care aspect in our previous panel, but all of these behaviors together influence, again, health outcomes. So with me today, I have two wonderful panelists. We have Dr. Melinda Barnes, who is a friend of mine, but she is a double board certified facial plastic and reconstructive surgeon, as well as an ENT and Chief Medical Officer for Rowe, which is a healthcare technology company that's focused on building a patient-centric healthcare system. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Barnes.
Thank you so much for having me. Really happy to talk about moving forward and agree with being optimistic as we look to the rest of this year and next year.
Absolutely. And we have Eric Anderson, who is the president of global services at Hologic. He is going to be joining us shortly. Hologic is a medical technology company which develop products and services to advance the health of women, their families, and also their communities. So once he joins us, we'll be able to reintroduce him and also, again, discuss from his perspective the global feature of how this is impacting our health, how we can move forward, and what that really means for technology and utilization of healthcare resources. So, Melinda, obviously, I'm going to jump to you first. But from a clinical perspective, you've practiced medicine and now moving into Chief Medical Officer position. You have seen so many different perspectives on health. But when we look at the various benefits that we have seen amplify over the last year of use of technology with telehealth, that's something that you are very familiar with. We know that usually in a non-emergent fashion or routine care, when we think of follow-up, that again allows different services to direct patient provider interaction. And also we've learned in the last panel that we had that psychological services, and when we think of emotional well-being, that has really increased as well when we think of telehealth. So looking at that and knowing that that again is something that you're very well versed in, how's the healthcare community specifically responded to telehealth when we think over the last 18 to 20 months?
Yes, that's a great question. I would say that before the pandemic, there was some hesitation around telemedicine and telehealth and whether or not quality of care could be upheld if you were seeing patients predominantly through a digital or virtual media. I think that has been dispelled and proven false many times over. And sometimes it was our own physician colleagues who were the biggest maybe skeptics of virtual care and digital care. Rightly so, they were looking out for their patient's best interests, and we've been taught a lot about laying hands as part of being able to figure out what's going on with patients. But I think what the last 18 months has done for technology is really pull the future forward. So a lot of doctors, even my colleagues that are surgeons, realize like I could actually walk a patient through a CT scan. I can prepare them for surgery. I can, talk to them about different diagnoses through the computer and through different vehicles of virtual care, whether that's asynchronous storing forward or synchronous video and phone channels. So now that a lot of people have actually experienced telemedicine on both sides, providers and patients, there's a huge amount of enthusiasm and support behind telemedicine. We now see this as there's so many benefits of telemedicine, from triaging services to being able to take care of our less sick patients via this method, so we can spend more time on inpatient care for patients who might be sicker. I like to say, think about a grandkid who's young and healthy, who needs to touch base with their doctor, and being able to do all of that virtually, which means that their sicker elderly grandparent has more time with the provider in the office and is not exposed to younger people, and then providing care in a safer location. So I think overall, one of the silver linings, if we can use that saying, of the pandemic has been the increased utilization of telemedicine and the increased acceptance of telemedicine as a high quality modality across platforms and across different stakeholders.
Absolutely. That's great. Eric, I think you are here with us now. Are we going to bring him up on the screen?
Here. Hey, Dr. Shepard, can you hear me?
I can hear you great. We're so glad to have you jump on. I did a short intro of you previously, but now that you're here, I want everyone again to acknowledge your presence as president of global services at Hologic. It's a medical technology company, which really is a global champion in women's health and focusing on the health of women, their families, and their communities. Now, looking at where we're moving forward, which is the title of this panel, Healthcare Access and Options, we were discussing, again, healthcare now and what that response is, in specifically healthcare technology and utilization on a global level. So as president of global services at Hologic, how have you seen, the operations management or the utilization of business and services from a global perspective that has been impacted over the course of the pandemic?
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Shepard, and I apologize for good old technology here in COVID times. My firewall here at the office in San Diego had locked me out, so happy to be here. Thanks for having us. And I think to your question, when you think of services, when you think about all the medical devices, you have a doctor, a nurse, a technologist treating a patient with a device, screening a patient with a device. On the other end of that is a massive group of customer service, technical support, and field service engineers. Just Hologic alone in the US, we have over 500 field service engineers that are considered by our customers as almost part of their staff, keeping them up, keeping the systems running, and avoiding that downtime, which leads to patients being canceled and things like that. So there's so much into that, and then all of a sudden there's lockdowns, right? And we had to adapt in crazy ways, being able to do things more remotely, do things safer, adjust within our system what a certain hospital or imaging center or lab had as far as their COVID protocols for accessing the facilities, because we've got to be there to help. So I think where it really woke us up is the mindset of remote servicing and all the diagnostic technology that exists. And I think some of the barriers to that, I think from an industry study, roughly 80% of the equipment out there has connected diagnostic capability to do things remotely, and maybe 15% of it's actually being utilized. And some of the barriers to that A big one is cybersecurity. And for obvious reasons, Colonial Pipeline, et cetera, you can see why there's hesitancy from a hospital or a health system standpoint in terms of working with vendor partners. And really, I think it's going to lead to a whole new wave of collaboration there on what we can do remotely, what we can do to monitor equipment remotely, to fix things predictively, to know some break before it breaks. And I think COVID's been a catalyst to move faster towards that. But it's been, think of service folks, they have absolutely been heroes throughout this pandemic. I think of my service team that I'm so honored to lead, never really left the front lines. And that's going to hospitals and health centers and imaging centers and labs. So important part of this and lots to do in the future.
No, I appreciate that answer, because what I've heard from both of you and your experiences is that even though we've had kind of this standstill or a surprise of a pandemic, which we haven't seen over a generation, is that you have been called to action in some form of innovation and technology that will not allow patients to be left behind or uncared for. So for both of you to answer, I'll start with you, Dr. Barnes. How is your role specifically in your company taken that leadership role when we think of innovation, technology, and moving forward when we think of healthcare access?
Yeah, so at Roe, we were really committed to making sure that our patients continue to get the care that they needed. Similar to Eric, I would love to, do a shout out to our pharmacists, our pharmacy techs, our customer support team, and our care team, and people who came in and continue to come in day out to make sure that patients get their medications, to make sure that orders are filled on time and correctly. We had no interruption in medication supply chain for patients. They were still getting their medications on time. And for us, that means something like 98% of our patients get their medications within 3 days of going through an online visit. So that's huge to continue to have that stat through the pandemic. Specifically from the chief medical officer position, one of the two things that we wanted to do during the pandemic to leverage technology was, one, we launched the first nationwide COVID telehealth assessment, which was free. As the guidelines from the CDC were ever changing and we were learning more and more about the SARS-CoV-2 virus and COVID-19, we had an online telehealth triage service where anyone could come online, answer questions, and that would triage them into low, medium, high risk. Anyone above a low risk was then connected with a provider to walk them through what to do. And if you can imagine the coordination that it took to do this across all 50 states plus DC, it was a feat. We got it launched in 4 days, starting with the states that were hit most severely and early on, which I believe was California and Washington, and then New York, where we're headquartered, and eventually we were across all 50 states. We then took that technology and partnered with over 50 different companies to do free triage of their employees. And the one that was really, extremely meaningful was our partnership with Uber to make sure that their drivers could go through a triage assessment if they felt unwell or if they had been in contact with a patient at the airport, anything like that. They could go through the triage tool for free. So that's one. And then second was we partnered with New York State to launch the COVID vaccine drive, which allowed us to vaccinate elderly homebound constituents of Westchester County. And that was another, huge effort to combine digital technology, digital product with an in-person touch. And because we have an integrated API through our acquisition of a company called WorkPath, we were able to coordinate all of this. WorkPath allows us to send healthcare professionals into the home and to do a schedule and have a protocol. So I was able to work with my team to write the vaccination protocol, how to give the vaccine, how to assess patients to make sure that the vaccine is safe for them, and then how to coordinate follow-up so that they could get that second dose. And that took a lot of work working with community partners, identifying elderly, getting translation services. We worked closely with the Office of the Aging in Westchester, as well as Meals on Wheels program, because a lot of our elderly patients, they had access to technology, but they were not necessarily Googling or searching for COVID-19 vaccines. So there was someone else who was looking for vaccination for them, and then they were able to go online and sign up and register for the program. So those are two things. And then lastly, I would say expansion of services. We heard loud and clear that people needed mental health services. It was hard to get in touch with a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And so we are very happy to, announce that we launched our Row mental health vertical called Row Mind. And so we're able to offer mental health services for anxiety and depression. And we're able to train providers and get psychiatrists on board to come and deliver this much needed service during this time of stress, a lot of change management, adjustment disorder. So I'm super happy to have responded to that as well.
Eric, what do you think from a global perspective? As a surgeon, that's something that during the pandemic we were worried about. How is that going to impact our ability to take care of patients in the operating room, making sure that supplies didn't come to a standstill? What type of instances did you see where that could have been an issue? And also, again, the same question posed to Dr. Barnes. How did your company specifically take a leadership role when it came to that?
Yeah, I think the answer is twofold. First of all, I think when Hologic has a very large diagnostics business, and really before pre-vaccine era, if you will, the call was for testing, and we stepped up, and with so many partners and our scientists here, developed two separate assays, a PCR and a TMA COVID assay, where we have now, to date since the pandemic, have shipped over 100 million COVID tests across the globe. And to do that, it was really to see the public and private sectors come together, and the work that the FDA did. Sometimes these things that take years, and the vaccines as well, coming together with a clear focus and a goal. We showed we can act quickly and effectively, and this was on display with kind of unprecedented speed with which we've seen, and we're very, very, very proud of that. We saw, I think, some great partnership there. To your question, then, to get there, think of those 100 million tests, and you don't think of on the supply chain side and supply chain constraints, and think of tubes, caps, swabs. Being able, even our vendors stepped up in huge ways, where we were able to, partner with them, help make sure they were prioritizing us, make sure we were taking care of them in terms of payment terms and all those things. So much of it goes into it. We have an amazing team on the supply chain side of things. But as a surgeon, when you think about medical devices and kind of where we're at now in the supply chain world, all segments right now of supply chain are impacted by record long raw material lead times, shortage of critical materials, rising, all those things. And just from the automotive example, Toyota cutting 40% of their finished good vehicle production in September due to supply chain constraints. And the same challenges face healthcare. And we expect to see continued disruption through fiscal year, when I look at probably through, midway through 2023, when you look at the high lead times on electronic components and chips and all of these things, all the supplier constraints, logistics, lead times, all of that, it's very real, and it's going to have a continued effect. And I think it's top of mind amongst other things like cybersecurity and other big topics. I think the supply chain issues are very important right now, and we've got to escalate things with our suppliers, looking at purchasing subcomponents. When I think about the service world and the spare parts that we've got to get into these machines to fix them and keep them running, it's a massive labyrinth, if you will, of making sure we have the right parts at the right time. That's same with any medical device provider, whether it's something for surgery or something in the lab or the imaging center. It's a huge focus.
Yeah, I'm so glad you were able to highlight that, because I think sometimes people only see the end product of what's there or what isn't there. And so specifically during the pandemic, I mean, even when it came to testing sites or the ability to test patients, obviously at the beginning, we had a paucity of having the correct tools that we needed to test people. But again, sometimes the population and communities don't see that. They just see that there's nothing there. But there is such a complexity to getting all the information, to making sure that everything is structured well, even when it comes down to the smallest part of how we test people, how we're able to access people through technology, like you were discussing, Dr. Barnes. There's so much work behind the scenes. So I'm glad that you were both able to highlight the work that goes behind there, and making sure that, again, people are seeing the length of what we do in order to get the specific outcomes that we have. Now, one thing that, we have maybe the best and the worst in healthcare in the US is that we have the best of technology and access. But again, sometimes that access is disproportionate. And that's one of the things throughout the pandemic that we saw, is that it actually really highlighted the disproportionate care and disparities in healthcare that we have in the US. So I know through both of your experiences with healthcare, whether it's through technology or supply chain and devices and supply chain constraints, it really does have an impact on healthcare and that disparity. What would you say kind of spoke to you the most when we think of healthcare disparities during the pandemic, and what you would say is a great way to advance health equity?
Honestly, just seeing the difference in COVID-19 rates of people getting infected with the virus, but then also the differences in outcomes, specifically looking at our Black and Brown communities and seeing that those, my community were more severely affected by this disease, having lower testing rates, lower vaccination rates, more likely to have a negative outcome outside of healthcare as well. So more likely to lose their job or now suffer from housing insecurity or job insecurity, food insecurity. And we also know that those are determinants of health in themselves. So now you're more likely to catch COVID, more likely to have a negative outcome from COVID. And then on top of that, that's going to affect non-COVID health issues as well. So that has been really important to me in trying to figure out how we can leverage technology to address some of these disparities. I think it starts in its multi-pronged approach. One is, when you have technology and you have something like asynchronous store and forward telemedicine, that allows you to do more with less with our physician resources. I'm personally licensed in all 50 states plus DC. So that means as a Black woman, as a physician, I can see patients who are looking for a doctor that looks like them in every state plus DC. And so if you take doctors, especially underrepresented minorities that are, like you said, there's a paucity of those doctors, and you give them more access to patients by having them licensed in more states, that helps to address some of the trust issues within the community around the vaccine, around healthcare. It allows for you to have more inclusive care as you have those doctors giving culturally competent care, and then also sharing that care with their colleagues and teaching them about different community differences. Secondly, look at the homeless population in the United States, arguably one of our most vulnerable population. We know that 50% of homeless Americans have smartphones. So if you go to a smartphone and you go to our website, you can access a doctor 24/7. You can go through an online visit. That doctor can get back to you. And so again, this is how we can leverage technology, use it as a tool to help attack disparities, to help attack the problems that are facing our marginalized and vulnerable communities. And we continue to think about inclusivity, whether it comes from imagery, the actors that we use in our social media campaigns, our websites, reading level. Everything on our website is at nothing higher than a 6th grade level to make sure that everybody can understand. We talk about that with providers, making sure that they have a flexible work environment so they can come and deliver care to patients when it's convenient and accessible to them. So all of that coming together is, a multi-pronged approach. In addition to diversity efforts within Roe, we work very hard to make our employee base look reflective of the U.S. population as well. So we take our responsibility of helping to give equal care and equitable care to everyone in the United States very seriously.
I think that's phenomenal. And, at Verywell, we take that work very seriously as well. In September, we announced the launch of our Health Divide editorial series, which really addresses health disparities faced by certain communities, minority communities. And really, that is aiming to empower those communities so that they can, again, achieve better health outcomes. Eric, I wanted you to share a little bit from Hologic's perspective on Project Health Equality and what that is.
Yeah, I'd love to. Obviously, near and dear to our heart, and something that I think COVID definitely shined, to Dr. Barnes' point, shined a big light on the disparities. But it's something we've been working on. I think with COVID, we were just able to put it into high speed with it's called Project Health Equality. And just from the background standpoint, just the staggering stats, right? That Black women are 2 times more likely to die from cervical cancer and 40% more likely to die from breast cancer than white women. So, and then near and dear to your world, Dr. Shepard, 3 times more likely to develop uterine fibroids. So it's critical for us, there's no biological or genetic difference here. It comes down to access and awareness, access to screening and access to quality treatment. So Project Health Equality is something we've been able to partner with federally qualified health centers and some major nonprofit organizations with similar imperatives, including Rad Aid and Black Women's Health Imperative, that are going to drive access, awareness, reach, and more research as well. So we're not only focused on providing access to care, but conducting the research and spreading awareness around breast and cervical cancer, as well as fibroid treatment. So making sure in our mind, not just a quick one and done, really getting after this and making sure that the entire referral pathway, all the way from screening to diagnostics to tissue sampling to treatment, is all tremendously strengthened, because any delay in one of those lessens the chance for the successful outcome, which is survival. And, the racial disparities in health have gotten worse as access to health care became more difficult throughout COVID. So we're really putting this lives right into our passion as Hologic, as a global champion for women's health. And I know, Dr. Shepard, you've been a great partner with us here. And we're very excited about doing this and having an impact, hopefully for generations to come.
Absolutely. I think the work that we're doing now is just going to continue to rise to the expectation of what we really should be achieving in healthcare. So I'm glad to have both of you on that team in making sure that those efforts are done and also rewarded. So we only have, I'm going to probably push a little bit, like 2 minutes past when we're supposed to end, because we are really getting a lot of questions in. So I'm going to ask some questions. I want you guys to make some quick remarks so we can try and get through all of them. And I will ask a few questions and let's go. Let's do it. So our first one that came in is, why isn't the federal government, you may or may not have the answer to this, it's okay, there's no pressure. Why isn't the federal government doing more to reduce the spread? Why aren't at-home tests and high-quality masks being mailed out to every household in America? This actually could be a question for both of you, because it impacts supply, but also demand. So Dr. Barnes, why don't you give a quick answer to that?
I wish I had the answer to that. I think that what we've seen throughout COVID is just the need for coordinated efforts at the federal and state level, as well as having a clear strategy for approach to, tackling COVID-19. I think initially people thought this was here, it was going to be gone in a few months. And now we realize that you need both testing and vaccination. You need testing, vaccination, and mask. You need awareness. We need social distancing. We need a multi-pronged approach. And so getting that from the federal government, one is, what is that approach? Alignment that we needed, dissemination of that approach, I think takes a lot of effort. And it's something that in the private world, we know we can move quickly. We don't always see that effort to move quickly and innovate on the public and government side. But I think that that's something that a lot of people want to know is why, can we do more to help protect ourselves in this area?
I think that's a common theme that we've seen over the last 18 months is really the questions of why, big government getting to the small communities and the individual takes so long. And that again, Eric, from your perspective, that actually takes a lot of effort. But one of the other things that we've seen throughout the pandemic is the messaging. What exactly is that messaging that are people hearing? We've heard in some of the other previous panels today, the politicization of actual vaccines, wearing a mask, social distancing. So even when we think of the simplicity of why can't this overall achieving effort be done to the individual level, is I think that there is effort there. And I think that there is messaging as far as evidence-based medicine that could be put into a basket, if you wanted to say, for everyone to receive in America. It's just that getting it from there to the actual person, that delivery process, there's a lot of obstacles that happen in that path. And that's still what we're battling today. So I think it's an easy task, but hard to accomplish. Eric, what would you say about that?
Yeah, I'd go back to the previous example of private and public coming together from the federal government. If the federal government had said we're going to handle all testing and be in charge of it, it would have been a disaster. And so partnering with companies, I think there's now 400 tests, COVID. Let's go back to testing. When you think about what we had to do, and kudos to our CEO and our president here, Kevin Thornell, they were on the phone every day with every governor, and including leaders from around the world, because they're just going back to the supply chain piece. It's a supply and demand issue. So trying to figure out, we installed more Panthers, which is our high throughput automated system that does the COVID testing, in the last year and a half than the previous 3 years combined. And that's that service team out there getting those installed and figuring out which labs, which states, and being able to get tests in the hands of all the right places, and knowing that there's only a limited supply, because we made as much as humanly possible, going back to the supply chain piece that I think some of the people in the government maybe didn't quite understand, going back to the example of tubes, caps, the little things that make up a test. And that's just one example. And so really coming together on that as trying to be as one team with an aligned focus and goal. That's where it's going to be, going back to the question that the visitor asked about why can't the federal government just do it? It's never that easy, and there has to be the cohesive partnership.
Absolutely. And we're still kind of getting to that tune where it can be a cohesive effort. So we have such a popular panel going on, and the discussion is so awesome. We have one more question. They're only allowing me one more question for you two. This question is, one of the known issues with our healthcare system is that it is service-based versus outcome-based. How can online interaction with medical providers provide the preventative care needed to make our population healthier overall and not need as many services? Eric, I think you got out of this one, but this one's for you, Dr. Barnes.
Great question. At Roe, our approach has been to take a direct-to-patient, direct-to-consumer approach to healthcare, which means we are a 100% cash pay platform. We do not work with payers. And the reason for that is we want to align our incentives with the goals of patients, which means if we aren't doing a great job, people can just walk away. We're not in network. You don't have to come to us because your employer contracted with us. You don't have to come to us because the insurance company says you have to use this provider. So for us, patients come to us because we are delivering on what they're looking for, which means that we are an outcomes-focused platform, 100%. We are here to make patients healthier. We are here to help them achieve their goals. And so prevention is something that is definitely in line with our roadmap. We have to start somewhere, but when we think about where we want to be in 5-10 years, we want patients to have an integrated bundle of healthcare goals we're helping them achieve, and not think about individual services. And one of the things that we've done from the beginning is we've gotten rid of this sort of annual visit concept. You can talk to your doctor whenever you like at our platform. That can be a video visit, a phone call, it can be a secure message. You no longer have to wait for that one visit, come in with your laundry list of concerns to then talk to the doctor.
That's great. I am overjoyed at having moderated these last two panels. You guys are fantastic. With that, I wanted to end with, the question that I just gave to you, Dr. Barnes, but that online interaction, like you said, it doesn't necessarily have to be just an annual, or it really can be outcome based on, how you actually are delivered your health care and what you choose to invest as a patient towards your own health as well. But at Verywell, we pride ourselves on having online content that allows people in their time of need to have trustworthy information that is safe, if it's evidence-based, it's vetted by physicians. And we really feel that is also a big part of how people can educate themselves about their healthcare, about diagnoses or conditions that their family has as well. So with that being said, I thank you both for your time, for educating our listeners and our registrants today. And thank you for being a part of your money, your health in 2021. And we hope to keep this alive and see you soon. So thank you again for your insight today.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you
Dr.
for having me.
Shepard. Thanks for having us.
Welcome back, and it's so good to have you folks here for our final panel of the day. And for investors in the capital markets, the past year and a half has been a time of extremes, right? Extreme losses at the outset of the pandemic, extreme monetary and fiscal support by the central bank and by governments around the world, extreme gains from the depths of one of the fastest and most severe bear markets in history, and extreme trading across meme stocks, cryptocurrencies, and even some popular tech stocks. And it's just been one of those wild times we're going to remember forever. Liz Ann Saunders has made a career of explaining market behavior and cycles to investors at all levels. She's the chief investment strategist at Charles Schwab and a voice of reason in an area of a lot of uncertainty. And in times of great uncertainty, I rely on her research so much. She's here to take us home on our last panel of the summit, and I couldn't think of a better person to do it. Welcome, Liz Ann.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. Looking forward to our conversation, as always, Caleb.
Thank you. And we've had a few conversations in the past year and a half, and I read all your research, and we keep coming back to some of these themes. But for folks who may be not familiar, what surprised you most about investor behavior in the past 18 months?
So some of it, I think, was just maybe a speeding up of some of the trends we had already seen pre-pandemic. And many of those are very positive in the sense that we have re-engaged younger people with investing, with the market, with trading. And there's sub cohorts, of course. And I think the cohort that I've been calling the newly minted, maybe not so newly minted anymore, rapid fire day traders, that may be different than a traditional investor, but we were finding that new accounts were skewing younger even before the pandemic. And there's probably myriad reasons for that. But also, I think at Schwab, may have had something to do with commissions going to zero in the industry. I think that was a force. And then other innovations like stock slices or fractional shares, whatever terminology you want to use. And then I think with the pandemic came everybody using their devices and not having, the boss over their shoulder to the extent they were working in a remote structure, not a lot of else to do, no sports betting. And I think that combination was just extraordinary in terms of just bringing in this new cohort. I worry about the really, really speculative end of the spectrum, but ideally we transition those folks into becoming successful long-term investors, which would be great.
Yeah, we hope for that as well, but you're always going to have that speculation. You're always going to have that mania, whether it's tulips, railroads, cryptocurrencies, cannabis stocks, internet stocks.
Yep.
Right. We always have that. And you and I have talked about that, but we do hope that people use it as an opportunity to really start their investing careers and build wealth over the long term, because that's the name of the game. And that's what you counsel and your colleagues at Charles Schwab counsel so often and so well. You wrote recently that the market has gone through 3 phases in the past year and a half. What phase are we in right now, and where are we headed?
So I actually think we may be in a 4th phase that is yet to be clear in terms of the inner workings from a leadership perspective. But the first phase, leaving aside the bear market phase, that was obvious, driven by the pandemic, very short-lived. I think its short-lived nature was a function of the double-barreled stimulus from the monetary and the fiscal authority. So phase 1 from the low of March of 2020 really, I think, lasted until early September. And that was a highly concentrated phase where it was really just a very small handful of names, the big 5 in the case of the S&P 500, that were driving nearly all of the performance. And then we had kind of an interim choppy phase in September and October as we digested election uncertainty. Then we got the vaccine news in early November. And that launched a phase really until February or March that was very cyclical in nature, broader in terms of leadership, the reopening theme. But then toward the end of it, it went really down the quality spectrum. That's where the speculation really kicked in non-traditional segments of the market, whether it was, meme stocks or heavily shorted stocks, non-profitable tech, SPACs, crypto. And I think that's part of the reason why a benchmark index like the S&P has remained resilient, is that most of that speculative froth existed outside a traditional benchmark average like that. Then really when we saw the spike to 175 on the 10-year yield, and we saw liquidity start to come down in terms of the growth rate and the money supply, then we really saw a shift back to a fundamentally driven market. Quality took over in terms of a factor that defined leadership. We haven't really been in this simple growth versus value or which sectors have done well. I think underneath the surface, it's really about quality, strong earnings revisions, reasonable valuations, strong balance sheets. And now I think we're in an environment where the market is digesting all of these uncertainties. I think it was a contributor to what we saw happen yesterday, which wasn't just the Evergrande situation, but obviously monetary policy uncertainty, fiscal policy uncertainty, the debt ceiling, the growth slowdown. So I continue to think we're going to be more fundamentally driven, but I think we're now in a higher volatility plane for the market given all those uncertainties.
Great point. And I think we do have one of your charts of the sector returns for the S&P 500, because we've had all of this rotation too, right? Yep. Investors have kind of moved from that big tech, safety of big tech, unusual, right? To have tech be big safety, but these stocks are huge right now and they are the most widely held. I'm talking about Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Microsoft. They are the most widely held, biggest stocks that actually move the indexes. But we've seen rotation going throughout the stock market. But if you're a benchmark investor, if you're an index investor and you just kick back and hug the indexes, you've done pretty well amid the madness, right?
Oh, no question about it. In fact, we constantly talk about the merits of a long-term time horizon and diversification and rebalancing, all of those tried and true strategies. Even when you talk about diversification, it's really the benefit of diversification is to smooth the ride. If you go all the way back to the 1928, the history of the S&P, and you had an investor that 100% indexed to the S&P, absolutely you would have done extraordinarily well over shorter periods of time too. The point isn't that that's not a good place to have had money over whatever period of time. It's just, who are you as an investor? What's your emotional risk tolerance? Can you handle what happened last February and March, what happened in the fourth quarter of 2018, obviously to a more extreme '07 to '09. And that's really where that diversification story comes into play. But if you're an index investor, but say the S&P is just one index among other index funds that might track other asset classes, I still think the rebalancing exercise is under discussed in terms of its benefits. It's not going to grab the headline. It's not sexy. It's not the big market call that we're about to enter a correction, but it forces us to do what we know we're supposed to do as investors, which is, add low, trim high, a version of buy low, sell high. And often when left to our own devices, we don't do that. We let the winners run. They become an outsized portion of the portfolio. And when the inevitable reversion to the mean happens, you're holding a much heavier bag than you otherwise would have. It's really simple, basic stuff, but it's so important to hammer home, especially when you have all these rotations, which frankly give you more opportunity to use volatility to your advantage via that process of rebalancing.
The simple things in investing are often the hardest because we have animal spirits that are talking to us all the time saying, hey, you could be chasing returns in Dogecoin. Hey, why aren't you chasing some of these new IPO stocks or these SPACs that have come out in the last 6 months to a year? Well, there's a good reason for that. Sometimes they don't really pan out as well. And the boring stuff actually works, but boring is tough for some people. But if you look around the world,
and we seem to be in a year where there's lots of sort of shiny new objects, and that get rich quick mentality among a certain segment of the cohort we already talked about. And sadly, that it doesn't tend to end well, even if we're not at the end yet there.
Yeah, I know. And we counsel it as well, but it's hard. And I get it because we do, again, have these animal spirits or this FOMO. Well, so they're making more money over there. Or I have a friend who just paid off his mortgage because he bought this or that cryptocurrency. Very hard to fight that as a disciplined investor, but that's the discipline, and it's a lifelong journey of learning that. Let's look around the world real quick because you guys at Charles Schwab do such a good job with this with Jeff and Kathy Jones on your team there, looking at global markets right now. The U.S. has actually held up very, very well, given a lot of the uncertainty, but there's a reason for that. Why do you think the U.S., the S&P 500 and the broader indexes here have held up better than some of the global indexes out there?
For some of the same reasons that you've seen a lot of foreign money come into the U.S. fixed income, I think it's part of the reason why it's come into the equity side too. Plus, there is that momentum piece. There was some thinking, including by us, that as we entered this new cycle, that you would likely see a shift in leadership, maybe not dominated by non-U.S., but providing more of an opportunity to apply diversification. And we did, for part of this year, see developed international markets doing very well relative to the U.S. But what I think may have happened, and it's more subtle than I think the way people normally look at this, these significant shifts in leadership that tend to occur at the broad asset class level when you exit one dual cycle. And what I mean by dual cycle is a cycle where you've had both a recession and a bear market. They're not obviously always timed perfectly relative to one another. Usually the market leads, and then you get the economic move thereafter. But this was clearly a dual cycle, and that tends to usher in new leadership. I think the rub in this cycle is it's really questionable whether what happened last year was truly the end of one cycle and the start of a new cycle. Yes, the NBER dated the start of the recession. They dated the end of the recession. It was only 2 months long. So, the sort of official view is that, yes, you had a recession, you ended one cycle, you started a new cycle. But the unique nature of COVID, obviously, I'm not so sure that's the right way to think of it, even if that's what goes down in the history books. From did we really see what tends to happen when you start a new cycle? And I think we're leaning toward that answer being no. Everything from leadership within the market to trends around consumer confidence, present situation versus forward expectations, the yield curve, the point at which the Fed is looking to tighten policy, the inflation story. So I think we may have just kind of, took a pause in terms of what was an ongoing cycle, and that may explain why we sort of shifted back toward this U.S. leadership position.
Right. Well, we know the economy and the stock market are not the same and they're disconnected. Sometimes they do speak to one another. We've seen a lot of that lately and a lot of mixed messages across the economy. And you look at consumer sentiment, obviously very low right now because of the uncertainty out there, but it was extremely high. Just a few months ago, 6-8 months ago, the personal savings rate extremely high because of those government subsidies. People were banking those and putting them in the bank. We couldn't spend money because we couldn't go out. But then when we could, in the 3-month cute little period there during the summer where it felt okay to do things, we did see a lot of spending, but now this pullback. This is this push and pull that's going on with consumers right now. And I bring it up because, as you know, it drives 70% of U.S. GDP. And if you're looking at stocks and growth, you got to look at where GDP is going. Where do you feel like we are right now, cycle-wise, in terms of the U.S. consumer?
So let me step back kind of half a year or so and talk about that surge in consumption that we saw. Obviously, when much of the economy was shut down, even when things started to open back up, we had seen limited ability to spend anything on services-related activity. So all of the spending, much of which was fueled by stimulus, was focused on the good side of the economy. And the narrative that developed when we really started to reopen and there was that pent-up demand story around services, a narrative that developed, and this was really at the heart of the Roaring '20s scenario, was that we were going to continue to see strong consumption and demand on the good side, and the services, the pent-up demand on the services side would be additive to that. That was not our view. Our view was that we would see some pent-down demand on the good side in favor of a pickup in demand on the services side. And that is actually what we saw. And then unfortunately, the Delta variant kicking back in caused disruption to both the demand and the supply side on services and continues to be a disruptor on the supply side of goods as well. So unfortunately, whether you're talking about big picture 18-month trend since the pandemic unfolded or some of these shorter, more micro level trends, they're almost exclusively tied to what's going on with the virus. And, we would have all hoped that 18 months later, we would not still be talking about this. But I think we're still very much at the mercy of the virus in terms of both macroeconomic trends, but also these micro trends of consumption, goods versus services.
Without doubt. And we're already, kids are back in school finally in person, but we're already seeing some schools having to shut down for a couple of weeks. That could end up being a longer period of time depending on what happens here. So the uncertainty is still swirling around. Folks, I forgot to mention, you can be asking us questions and we want your questions. We're going to try to get to as many as possible. On the right side of your screen there, click on that question mark, put in your questions. We're already seeing some come in and we'll try to get to as many as possible. What are the wild cards facing investors over the next 6 months? Is it still COVID? We know we have the Fed meeting today and tomorrow. Fed policy is critical here, and when they're going to reduce their purchases of government bonds every month, and when they're going to raise interest rates, which we believe to be in 2023. But what are the wild cards we can't see right now?
So I would say a wild card that it's not that we can't see. We're sort of hopeful that it's not going to happen, but of course would be a variant, a COVID variant that is resistant to vaccines. There has been some concern about the Mu variant, but it doesn't seem to be worsening here. But that clearly would be, call it the gray swan, because it's not out of the blue. We're dealing with this, but part of the reason why I think the economy is at least been marginally been able to chug along, and school systems have made decisions, even if they have to backtrack a little about going back, is that there is still that view that the vaccines ultimately will be part of the solution, even with an aggressive variant like Delta. But I think something worse that would then cause the economy to go back into lockdown mode at a federally or state mandated level, that I clearly would be a game changer. there's very little discussion about the actual practicalities associated with what is being negotiated in Washington right now. We have no expectation that the secondary bill, the $3.5 trillion one, will look anything like it does right now, won't account for anything resembling $3.5 trillion. The tax pieces of it will be watered down. But assuming something passes, there's very little analysis being done now in terms of what that means. And I don't blame analysts for not trying to incorporate in an earnings reduction given a hike to the corporate tax rate, because we don't know the timing of it yet. We don't know the magnitude of it yet. But that could come at a time where the breadth of earnings revisions has inflected in the wrong direction anyway. So that might be a double whammy relative to a story that has otherwise been a really positive story for the past year earnings. And then, of course, the debt ceiling. We could have a repeat of 2011. I think that was Janet Yellen's very strong warning. We know that it's a very well-played game in Washington on both sides of the aisle to sort of kick this can down to the 11th hour, but it's a risky proposition. And then Evergrande, not Evergrande specifically, but you have to think of the cockroach theory, when there's one. And it looks like Evergrande is contained. Most of the exposure is within China. But I just in general think more about debt and concentration. And I think there's more of a thread that weaves through things like Melvin Capital and its implosion because of GameStop and what happened with Archegos. And it's all about kind of leverage and concentrated positions. And I just wonder whether there's more there than what is perceived when you just look at all of those things in isolation.
Absolutely. And there is so much money sloshing around there because money is really cheap right now. I was looking at the junk bond market. Junk bond debt issuance is at an enormous pace right now. It's probably going to break records this year or come close to breaking records. But bond issuance in general, because there's so much available money and investors want to put capital to work. I want to dial it back a little bit to the basics of investing. If you have a 10-year or more time horizon and you're looking for returns, consistent returns, how should you position yourself today? Should you just be buying the markets, be diversified, and make sure that you're rebalancing frequently? What are you counseling folks who just say, look, I'm not an expert and I'm not an expert either, but what do you say to folks who are just like, I want to do this the right way without overthinking it?
So the first thing I would say is shame on anybody who answers that question with percentages in terms of asset classes, because I could actually have somebody come from the future into my office and actually tell me what 10-year return is going to be for equities and for fixed income broadly, but without telling me the kind of path along the way. Obviously, you can look at long-term rolling 10-year returns, but you know that the path that gets you there is often quite extreme. And I could be talking to two investors. So I could have this benefit of this person from the future telling me exactly what returns are going to be for both broad asset classes. And if investor A sitting across from me was 22 years old, just inherited $10 million, is very risk tolerant, doesn't need the money, doesn't need to earn income on the money, goes bungee jumping on the weekends, isn't going to look at their statement every month and freak out at the first 10% drop. That's investor A. Boy, now the spotlight's on me. Sorry about this. I wish I could do something about the sun here.
It's totally fine. You look good and sound good.
Investor B is 75 years old, retired, has a nest egg, built that nest egg through lots of hard work, can't afford to lose any of it, and needs to live on the income associated with it. So two investors, both with concern about the next 10 years. I have perfect clarity on what the ultimate returns are going to be, but what I would tell those investors would be two entirely different things. So back to the tried and true disciplines. First of all, have a plan. And that plan is going to be different from one investor to another, depending on risk tolerance and time horizon, hopefully understanding that financial risk tolerance and emotional risk tolerance can sometimes be two entirely different things. And sometimes we only learn that through experience, and it's often bad experience. But once you have that plan and it is established from a strategic asset allocation perspective tied to your personal situation, that's when the disciplines around rebalancing and diversification, even if you want to have a tactical overlay on top of that strategic allocation. And that's really where the willingness is to have maybe a core part of your portfolio in addition to, the explore portion. But I think it's that starting point of actually having a plan and making sure it's tied to who you are as an investor. Understand that in a low yield environment, this desperate search for yield that pushes people out the risk spectrum comes with a cost, given that risk. But that even if you are on some path toward a lower expected return for, say, the equity market, doesn't mean there aren't going to be opportunities during that process, either to pick up some appreciation or find yield in the equity market that's not so much available. Even a lot of strategies that can be done on the fixed income side, more active strategies to take advantage of short-term fluctuations in yields and inflation. And it's really it's not even as simple as that. The point is, it's complex. Because it involves a plan and asset allocation. We hope it's simple. We try to explain this stuff in simple terms, but the reality is there is no one, boy, here's the silver bullet, and this is the answer for everybody, because every investor is different.
Yeah, you and I would be out of a job if that were the case. Dale has that, basically asking that question, one of our attendees. He's managing his retirement, invested mostly in stocks because bonds have been anemic in terms of returns, and the pandemic hasn't seemed to change that. Will it at some point? What do you think about the debt?
Well, keep in mind that returns in the bond market. You've had some sort of periods here, even in the pandemic era, that have generated pretty significant total returns for bonds. When we were in that sort of pandemic move down to what became the low in the 10-year yield at 0.5 last year, obviously when yields are going down, prices are going up. For a good part of last year, the total return in bonds was handily outperforming the total return in equities. So it's not just the yield that is part of your return. There's the price component of it too. And sometimes when you're in that declining yield environment, we think of it in headline terms. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do with only 50 basis points of yield? If you've come from 200 basis points down to 50 basis points, you've made a heck of a lot on the price side. So you've generated that total return. So always understand that the returns in the bond market are not just about the yield. The yield is your return if you hold it fully through the duration, but there's that piece of it that has to come into play. But you just have to be really careful about the stretch for yield. And one of the mistakes I find that investors make is if they're venturing into the equity market because of a desire for a pickup in yield, they will simply either just go into sectors that are historically higher yielding sectors, say utilities, without regard to the underlying fundamentals. Or they might just screen for dividend yield, rank it in descending order and say, I'm going to buy the stocks that have the lofty dividend yields. In a low yield environment, that's often a sign of weaker underlying fundamentals and the potential not only for the price depreciation, but also the potential for a trimming or cutting altogether of the dividend. So you still have to do your homework, especially if you're adding to that risk profile by moving out the spectrum for what at times might only be a pretty marginal pickup in yield.
Tony asked this question, one of our attendees. With all these headwind risks currently, how do you view climate as a risk? And how is Charles Schwab and your research team looking at climate and climate change?
So I think it obviously represents a risk for all of us as human beings and for the planet. From an investment perspective, it also offers opportunities as we really, I think, as a global community now start to approach this from a less political standpoint. That to me is, if there's one thing I've noticed in an otherwise pretty ugly political environment in the last couple of years as we switched administrations from a party perspective and shifts in Congress is there's less discussion about climate change from the perspective of right versus left, and more of it from the collective perspective of what do we do as individuals, as companies. And I think it also is part of the reason why ESG is not just a nice thing to talk about, not just a box to check, and not just something focused up by the investment community because there's demand from investors to invest in companies that have that focus, in the case of ESG, on the E specific to climate change. But what I find really kind of a new phenomenon is that the sort of demand for being aware of this, making adjustments to how you run your business, where your investments are headed, is not just investors that want to invest that way, but companies have to operate that way if they want to attract and retain employees, if they want to be good citizens within their community, and if they want their customers to do business with them. So it is so much more far reaching. I don't cover individual companies at all, so I can't say, all right, here are the 7 companies that are the biggest beneficiaries in terms of what's being done for climate change. But there are a lot of opportunities, even interestingly, within, say, a sector like energy, that is not only filled with fossil fuel companies, but even within many of those divisions that are really starting to think about innovations around climate change, not to mention a whole crop of startups. So, I think it's breeding opportunity as much as it is a problem of the human variety.
Absolutely. And a lot of investors might be surprised to see an oil company on an ESG list of stocks or in an ESG ETF. But when you look at a company like a BP and a Shell and others, they're putting a lot of money into renewables because they know that's their future as well. But you'll even find the Facebooks and the Alphabets of the world on those ESG lists as well because of the S part, which is the societal part of it or the governance part of it, where they're not really necessarily environmental stewards per se, but it's is a broad term that's broadly misunderstood, but presents an opportunity, as you mentioned. We have a question here about the housing market. I know you follow the markets broadly in general, but one of our attendees asking, when you think the current housing market's going to cool down a little bit, if at all, or do you think we're going to be in the sustained period of high prices, whether if you're trying to invest in the housing market through one of the equities or the stocks that build homes or the REIT sector? How do you view the housing market right now, especially in the U.S., Lizanne?
We've already somewhat sporadically seen a bit of cooling in certain metrics and certain regions of the country. And I think it's really important, especially in this environment, to not think about housing monolithically, but think of it from a more localized perspective. So we know that the price appreciation has been epic, and on most national or even metropolitan area Case-Shiller type metrics, the price appreciation is well beyond what we saw during the housing bubble years. That said, even if you might want to apply the word bubble lowercase b to the sort of a magnitude of appreciation, maybe that's appropriate, but the underlying leverage and the trillions of dollars of derivatives infecting the global financial system that defined the implosion that happened in 2007 and 2008, that just doesn't exist in this environment. But we have started to see a waning in demand simply because prices have gone up. There are several surveys that are done, including embedded in some of the consumer sentiment and consumer confidence surveys that measure whether you think it's a good time to buy. And buy a house is one of them, buy a car is one of them. And those buying intention metrics within some of these surveys have never been as low as they are right now. So I think much as whoever said it first about commodities, the cure for high commodity prices is high commodity prices, and then it just gets to a point where it starts to crimp demand. That's part of the reason why we're seeing the rental market pick back up again, and you're starting to see that embedded in the inflation numbers, particularly CPI, which has 40% of core CPI is the rental owner's equivalent rent component, because there are an increasing number of people that have simply been priced out of the market. So I would expect that in areas where that price increase was sufficient enough to start to dent demand, I would expect more of a rolling over than a crash, a la 06 to 08, because of some of those aforementioned very important differences. And we are also starting to see some supply kick in as well. And I actually think the investment, when you think about real estate investment in both single family and multifamily, is a pretty attractive part of the economy and market right now because of that need to add to inventory. So I think it's going to be a more of a slow rolling over on the price side, because we just see waning demand due to affordability. And then that would be exacerbated, and I think we would speed up that rolling over in prices if we have some sort of situation that causes longer term interest rates to move up at a faster trajectory, because you already have the hit to housing affordability from higher home prices. You have the hit from a real personal income standpoint, because you're subtracting a larger inflation number out of that personal income. If you add that triple hit to much higher mortgage rates, then you really lose the housing affordability side of the argument. And that could be a bigger problem for home prices if we were to see that bigger move up in yields.
That 30-year is not even 3% right now, a 30-year fixed mortgage. So money is cheap if you want to borrow and you have the means to make a down payment, and if you can find something available, because, community to community across the country, very hard to find housing supply right now. I want to ask you just a broader, more of a metaphysical question about the stock market itself. It's gotten so big, especially in the last year and a half, but it's just been growing as more and more index investors and more passive investors have come into the market. We did have about 18 to 20 million new investors and traders join the market in the last year and a half, but it's a very big stock market with mega cap companies in it. Is it too big to really fail? And I don't mean crash, because we've seen that it can crash, but is it so big, is there so much money passively invested in it that even when we get these 5%, 10% dips, the money, it just regains its footing because there's just so much money in it that won't allow it to go down? And it seems like central banks don't want that to happen either. What's your take on that?
Well, it may be that central banks don't want it to happen. None of us, I suppose, if we're biased long investors and not in short investors, want that to happen. I think the potential miscalculation is that the Fed won't let it happen, that either via the liquidity they continue to pump into the system, or more directly their willingness or desire to kind of step in to constrain volatility. That's where I think we may be kind of pushing the envelope a little bit. I will never forget, I went to Jerome Powell spoke at the Economic Club of New York in December of 2018. And it was, a live in-person lunch in New York, about 1,500 people. And it was well publicized. I don't know if were you there, Caleb? That's something you covered at the time? I tuned into it for sure. Yeah, so some may remember that some of Powell's comments in September of that year with regard to tightening policy was sort of the primary reason why the market went into a pretty significant tailspin. We just managed to have a decline just shy of bear market territory. I think the S&P was down 19.8%. But at that lunch, Powell did a lot of backpedaling. He went very much on script. He was reading from his notes. He had been a bit more off script in September, and his words were probably maybe moved around a little bit more than he would have liked. So he was on script, and most of the attention, most of the headlines that came out of that lunch was about, okay, Powell backpedaled, and that was seen as a stabilizing influence on the stock market. But one of the things that he said during that lunch, it was one of the times where he lifted his head from his notes and looked at the audience, and there was something about the body language. I don't remember his exact words, but effectively he said, investors or market watchers or Fed watchers, I don't remember what the preamble was, need to understand that there's an important difference between financial market volatility and financial system stability. That the Fed is focused on the latter. They're not in there to prevent every variety of the former. If financial market volatility threatens the financial system stability, that's a different thing. But in isolation, simple market volatility does not suggest the Fed's going to have to step in. Now, when you're in more tenuous economic situation, then you don't want to exacerbate a problem by causing a rout in the stock market. But in and of itself, if we go through a period of volatility, especially if it's driven by rampant speculation and it sits outside any systemic problem in the financial system or in the economy, I don't think they view their sort of unspoken third mandate as being, we're not going to let the market have even a 10% correction. So I think that narrative is going to be tested. Maybe not imminently, but I think it will be tested.
Well, we're going to have to watch for it tomorrow. On the way out, Liz Ann, and we appreciate your guidance and your counsel and all the information you've been sharing with us. Just words for investors right now as you look towards the next year, final quarter here, but really going out to the next year, counseling just individual retail investors who are, again, not trying to be experts here, just trying to play it safe. What are your words of advice for them?
So I just wrote a report that I published yesterday that was bigger picture, look back on my 35 years in the business. And I did it in the context of quotes from some of the investment greats, either those for whom I've worked or some of the famous investing books, many of which sit on my shelf, about just some of the tried and true lessons, especially when you get into an environment where either valuations are stretched or speculative activity is most significant. And one of the overarching themes, and it's tied to something I always say, which is it's not what you know that matters, meaning about the future, when's the next move up or down in the market. It's what you do that matters. And I think that investors often think the key to success is knowing what's going to happen and then positioning accordingly in advance. And that's just gambling on moments in time. One of the common questions I get from the financial media, especially if it's one of those, markets in turmoil kind of special, will say, what are you telling investors to do now? Get in or get out? And I have such a love-hate relationship with that question. I hate it because it's a ridiculous question, but I love it because I get to explain why I think it's a ridiculous question. Neither get in nor get out is an investing strategy, period. That's just gambling on moments in time. And investing should always be a disciplined process over time. Even if it's not headline grabbing, even if it's not going to capture the most attention on social media or on the Wall Street Bets platform on Reddit, it's those tried and true disciplines and those important lessons that come from the greats that are not about get in or get out. It is the discipline around understanding that you need to have that approach toward diversification and rebalancing and, buy when there's blood in the street. I want to buy when people are selling and vice versa. And we just have to regularly remind ourselves of that, especially when you get into sort of a hyped up kind of market where there is lots of sort of FOMO and there are and have been lots of shiny new objects.
You are the voice of reason, as always, and we so appreciate you joining us to help us take us home on our Your Money, Your Health Summit. Liz Ann Saunders, folks, you can follow her research. You can follow her on the social media platforms. I always learn when I listen to you, when I read your stuff, and we're so grateful to you for joining us at our summit today. Thank you, Liz Ann.
I always enjoy our conversations, and now literally and figuratively, the spotlight or the sunlight is off of me. So I'm glad you had a great summit and was happy to be here.
Thank you so much. Well, folks, what a fascinating afternoon of conversation and insights. I learned so much. I have notebooks full of stuff I was writing down feverishly. I want to bring in my co-panelists, Amy Marin, the editor-in-chief of Verywell Mind, and Dr. Jessica Shepard, the chief medical officer for Verywell.com. Guys, I don't know about you, but I was scribbling things left and right. What fascinating panels, and I'm so grateful to our guests. Jess, let me start with you. Of all the things you maybe wrote down today or heard today, what is the one thing you're going to take with you into your practice as we leave here?
Sorry about that. One thing that I think that carried through all the different panels was the optimism when we look at overall health, whether that's emotional health, financial health, physical health, is that we finally have reached a point in this pandemic where we actually can start to look forward to the future. But taking the steps and tools and tips that we learned today is how to actually implement that, because we are at a different time and a different stage in healthcare. And I think that we have to take advantage of the tools that we've been given, but also what we've learned through this time in order to continue to impact our patients when it comes to their health, but also giving them the tools to thrive.
Yeah. And Amy, what key learning or idea resonated with you that you'll take into your practice, but also as the editor-in-chief of Verywell Mind? What stood out?
So many things, but I guess if I had to pick one, it would just be to focus on what you can control and to create a plan. That we don't all have the answers right now, but knowing that we can create a plan for ourselves and be prepared for whatever life throws our way next is quite reassuring. So I plan to work with people and in my own life on just making sure that I have plans written down and ready to go, both for financial health, mental health, and all areas of life.
Yeah, absolutely. I learned that as well. And you saw that through line through every conversation. Have a plan, have those conversations, right? None of this should come as a surprise to any of us, but it's really hard to do that. And it's very simple, but the simple things are so hard to do. Special thanks to both of you and to the panelists you helped bring into this conversation. So valuable, so important. And folks, all those conversations, everything we've done here today, we've recorded it. We're going to put it back up on our site on Investopedia.com/conference. We're going to put it out on social media. Lots of sharing of this information. But I also want to thank, first of all, both of you for hosting great panels, but also our teams here at Verywell and Investopedia for helping us put this together, especially Sienna Wren, Anna Atkinson, Alex Kerr, Walden Sue, Clay Halton, Julia Kagan, Dylan Zerwell, John Roberts, Rachel Berman, Sarah Michaels, and Chris Cannon, among others. It takes a village to do these things, and we've had a great time doing it. So I really want to thank our teams for helping make this happen. And a special thanks to all of you attendees out there. You really made this special. Really smart questions, both ahead of the summit and throughout the summit. So many of you joined us, and we're so grateful to have you with us. And I learned that we're going to have to do more of these because the engagement was so high and the learning was so good that I can't wait for the next one. So stay tuned for that. Again, all of these sessions will be available on Investopedia.com, and we'll share them through our social platforms. But as always, the content is there on Verywell.com, Verywell Mind, and Investopedia.com for any answers you have to your finance or health questions. And we so appreciate you joining us, and we will see you at the next summit. Thanks so much.